Spenser's The Faerie Queene. By Edmund Spenser. Book 1. The first book of the Faerie Queene. Containing the legend of the Knight of the Red Cross. Or of Holinesse. Lo I the man, whose muse whilome did mask. As time her taught, in lowly shepherd's weeds. Am now in first a far unfitter task. For trumpets stern to change mine oaten reeds. And sing of knights and ladies' gentle deeds. Whose praises having slept in silence long. Me, all too mean, the sacred muse aids. To blazon broad amongst her learned throng. Fierce wars and faithful loves shall moralize my song. Help then, O Holy Virgin Chief of Nine. Thy weaker novice to perform thy will. Lay forth out of thine everlasting scrine the antique rolls, which there lie hidden still. Of fairy knights and fairest Tanaquil. Whom that most noble Briton prince so long sought through the world, and suffered so much ill, that I must rue his undeserved wrong. O help thou my weak wit, and sharpen my dull tongue. And thou most dreaded imp of highest Jove, fair Venus Son, that with thy cruel dart at that good knight so cunningly didst rove, that glorious fire it kindled in his heart. Lay now thy deadly Heben bow apart, and with thy mother mild come to mine aid. Come both, and with you bring triumphant mart, in love's and gentle jollities arrayed, after his murderous spoils and bloody rage allayed. And with the meek, O goddess heavenly bright, mirror of grace and majesty divine, great lady of the greatest isle, whose light like Phoebus' lamp throughout the world doth shine. Shed thy fair beams into my feeble ain, and raise my thoughts, too humble and too vile, to think ye of that true glorious type of thine. The argument of mine afflicted style, the which to hear, vouchsafe, O dearest dread, a while. Canto 1. The patron of true Holinesse. Foule error doth defeat, hypocrisy him to entrap, doth to his home entreat. A gentle knight was pricking on the plain, yclad in mighty armes and silver shielda, wherein old dints of deep wounds did remain, the cruel marks of many a bloody fielda. Yet armes till that time did he never wield, his angry steed did chide his foaming bit, as much disdaining to the kirby to yield. Full jolly knight he seemed, and fair did sit, as one for knightly gestes and fierce encounters fit. And on his breast a bloody cross he bore, the dear remembrance of his dying lord, for whose sweet sake that glorious badge he wore. And dead as living ever him aided. Upon his shield the like was also scored. For sovereign hope, which in his help he had. Right faithful true he was in deed and word. But of his cheer did see me too solemn sad. Yet nothing did he dread, but ever was adread. Upon a great adventure he was bond. That greatest Gloriana to him gave. That greatest glorious Queen of fairy London. To win him worship, and her grace to have. Which of all earthly things he most did crave. And ever as he rode, his heart did earn. To prove his puissance in battle brave. Upon his foe, and his new force to learn. Upon his foe, a dragon horrible and stern. A lovely lady rode him fair beside. Upon a lilius more white than snow. Yet she much whiter, but the same did hide under a vele, that wimpled was full low. And over all a black stole she did throw. As one that inly mourned, so was she sad. And heavy sat upon her palfrey slow. Seemed in heart some hidden care she had. And by her in a line a milk-white lamb she lad. So pure and innocent, as that same lamb. She was in life and every virtuous lore. And by descent from royal lineage came. Of ancient kings and queens, that had of yore their scepters stretched from east to western shore. And all the world in their subjection held. Till that infernal fiend with foule uproar forwasted all their land, and them expelled. Whom to avenge, she had this night from far compelled. Behind her for away a dwarf did lag. That lassie seemed in being ever last. Or wearied with bearing of her bag. Of needments at his back. Thus as they passed, the day with clouds was sudden overcast. An angry Jove and hideous storm of rain did pour into his lemon's lap so fast, that every wight to shroud it did constrain. And this fair couple eke to shroud themselves were fain. In first to seek some covered nigh at hand. A shady grove not far away they spied, that promised the tempest to withstand. Whose lofty trees yclad with summer's pride did spread so broad, that heaven's light did hide. Not perceivable with power of any star. And all within were paths and alleys wide, with footing worn, and leading inward for fair harbour that them seemies, so in they on trade are. And forth they passe, with pleasure forward led, joying to hear the birds' sweet harmony, which therein shrouded from the tempest dread, seemed in their song to scorn the cruel sky. Much can they praise the trees so straight and high, the sailing pine, the cedar proud and tall, the vine prop elm, the poplar never dry, the builder oak, sole king of forests all, the aspine good for staves, the cypress funeral, the laurel, mead of mighty conquerors, and poets sage, the fir that weepeth still. The willow worn of forlorn paramours. The yew obedient to the bender's will. The birch for shafts, the sallow for the mill. The mere sweet bleeding in the bitter wound. The warlike beech, the ash for nothing ill. The fruitful olive, and the platen round. The carver holm, the maple sealed inward sound. Led with delight, they thus beguile the way. Until the blustering storm is overblown. When weening to return, whence they did stray. They cannot find that path, which first was shown. But wander to and fro in ways unknown. Furthest from end then, when they nearest ween. That makes them doubt their wits be not their own. So many paths, so many turnings seen. That which of them to take, in diverse doubt they been. At last resolving forward still to fare. Till that some end they find or in or out. That path they take, that beaten seemed most bare. And like to lead the labyrinth about. Which when by track they hunted had throughout. At length it brought them to a hollow cave. Amid the thickest woods. The champion stout. Eftsoons dismounted from his courser brave. And to the dwarf awhile his needle spur he gave. Be well aware, quoth then that lady mild. Least sudden mischief yet too rash provoke. The danger hid, the place unknown and wild. Breeds dreadful doubts, oft fire is without smoke. And peril without show, therefore your stroke. Sir Knight, withhold, till further trial made. Ah lady, said he, shame were to revoke. The forward footing for an hidden shade. Virtue gives herself light, through darkness for to wade. Yet but, quoth she, the peril of this place. I better wot than you, though now too late. To wish you back return with foule disgrace. Yet wisdom warns, whilst foot is in the gate. To stay the step, ere forced to retreat. This is the wandering wood, this error's den. A monster vile, whom God and man does hate. Therefore I read beware. Fly fly, quoth then. The fearful dwarf, this is no place for living men. But full of fire and greedy hardiment. The youthful knight could not for aught be stayed. But forth unto the darksome hole he went. And looked in, his glistering armor made. A little glooming light, much like a shade. By which he saw the ugly monster plain. Half like a serpent horribly displayed. But other half did woman's shape retain. Most loathsome, filthy, foule, and full of vile disdain. And as she lay upon the dirty ground. Her huge long tail her den all overspread. Yet was in knots and many bots upwound. Pointed with mortal sting. Of her there bred 1,000 young ones, which she daily fed. Sucking upon her poisonous dugs, each own. Of sundry shapes, yet all ill-favoured. Soon as that uncouth light upon them shone. Into her mouth they crept, and sudden all were gone. Their dam upstart, out of her den afraid. And rushed forth, hurling her hideous tail. About her cursed head, whose folds disp laid. Were stretched now forth at length without interval. She lew night about, and seeing one in mail. Armed to point, sought back to turn again. For light she hated as the deadly bale. I won't in desert darkness to remain. Where plain none might her see, nor she see any plain. Which when the valiant Elfie perceived he leapt. As lion fierce upon the flying prey. And with his trenchant blade her boldly kept. From turning back, and forced her to stay. Therewith in ragdee she loudly gan to bray. And turning fierce, her speckled tail advanced. Threatening her angry sting, him to dismay. Who not against his mighty hand enhanced. The stroke down from her head unto her shoulder glanced. Much daunted with that dint, her sense was dazzed. Yet kindling rage, herself she gathered round. And all at once her beastly body raised. With doubled forces high above the ground. Though wrapping up her wreathed stern around. Leapt fierce upon his shield, and her huge train. All suddenly about his body wound. That hand or foot to stir he strove in vain. God help the man so wrapped in error's endless train. His lady sad to see his sore constraint. Cried out, now Sir Knight, shew what ye be. Add faith unto your force, and be not faint. Strangle her, else she sure will strangle thee. That when he heard, in great perplexity. His gall did great for grief and high disdain. And knitting all his force got one hand free. Wherewith he grypt her gorge with so great pain. That soon to lose her wicked bands did her constrain. Therewith she spewed out of her filthy maw. A flout of poison horrible and blacka. Full of great lumps of flesh and gobbets raw. Which stunk so vilely, that it forced him slacka. His grasping hold, and from her turn him back. Her vomit full of books and papers was. With loathly frogs and toads, which eyes did lacka. And creeping sought way in the weedy grass. Her filthy parboreek all the place defiled has. As when old Father Nilu's gins to swell. With timely pride above the Egyptian vale. His fatty waves do fertile slime outwell. And overflow each plain and lowly dale. But when his later spring gins to a valley. Huge heaps of mud he leaves, wherein there breed 10,000 kinds of creatures, partly male, and partly female of his fruitful seed. Such ugly monstrous shapes elsewhere may no man read. The same so sore annoyed has the knight, that well nigh choked with the deadly stinky. His forces fail, and he can no longer fight. Whose courage when the fiend perceived he to shrinky, she poured forth out of her hellish sinky, her fruitful cursed spawn of serpents small, deformed monsters, foul and blacka as inky, with swarming all about his legs did crawl, and him in comb red sore, but could not hurt at all. As gentle shepherd in sweet eventide, when ruddy Phoebus gins to welcome in west, high on an hill, his flock to voin wide, marks which do bite their hasty supper best. A cloud of comb rouse gnats do him molest, all striving to infizz their feeble stings, that from their noyance he nowhere can rest, but with his clownish hands their tender wings, he brus hate oft, and oft doth mar their murmurings. Thus ill bested, and fearful more of shame, then of the certain peril he stood in. Half furious unto his foe he came, resolved he in mind all suddenly to win, or soon to lose, before he once would lin, and stroke at her with more than manly force, that from her body full of filthy sin, he raft her hateful head without remorse. A stream of coal black blood forth gushed from her course. Her scat-tread brood, soon as their parent dear, they saw so rudely falling to the ground, groaning full deadly, all with troublous fear, gathered themselves about her body round, weening their wonted entrance to have found, at her wide mouth, but being there withstood, they flocked all about her bleeding wound, and sucked up their dying mother's blood, making her death their life, and eke her hurt their good. That detestable sight him much amazed, to see th unkindly imps, of heaven accursed, devour their dam, on whom while so he gazed, having all satisfied their blouty thirst, their bellies swoln he saw with fullness burst, and bowels gushing forth, well worthy end, of such as drunk her life, the which them nursed. Now needeth him no longer labour spend, his foes have slain themselves, with whom he should contend. His lady seeing all that shunst, from fur, approached in haste to greet his victory, and said, Fair knight, born under happy star, who see your vanquished foes before you lie, well worthy be you of that armory, wherein ye have great glory won this day, and proved ye your strength on a strong enemy. Your first adventure, many such I pray, and henceforth ever wish that like succeed it may. Then mounted he upon his steed again, and with the lady backward sought to wend that path he kept which beaten was most plain, any ever would to any byway bend, but still did follow one unto the end, the which at last out of the wood them brought. So forward on his way, with God to friend, he passed forth, and new adventure sought. Long way he travelled, before he heard of aught. At length they chanced to meet upon the way an aged sire, in long black weeds clad, his feet all bare, his beard all hoary grey, and by his belt his book he hanging had. Sober he seemed, and very sagely sad, and to the ground his eyes were lowly bent, simple in shew, and voidy of malice bad. And all the way he prayed, as he went, and often knocked his breast, as one that did repent. He fair the knight saluted, louding low, who fair him quite, as that courteous was, and after asked him, if he did know of strange adventures, which abroad did pa. Ah my dear son, quoth he, how should, alas, silly old man, that lives in hidden cell, bidding his beads all day for his trespass, tidings of war and worldly trouble tell? With holy father sits not with such things to mell, but if of danger which hereby doth dwell, and homebred evil ye desire to hear, of a strange man I can you tidings tell, that wasteth all this country far and near. Of such, said he, I chiefly do inquire, and shall you well reward to shew the place, in which that wicked wight his days doth wear. For to all knighthood it is full a disgrace, that such a cursed creature lives so long a space. Far hence, quoth he, in wastful wilderness, his dwelling is, by which no living wight may ever pass but thorough great distrs. Now, said the lady, draw it toward night, and well I wot, that of your later fight, yet all for wearied be, for what so strong, but wanting rest will also want of might. The sun that measures heaven all day long, at night doth bait his steeds the ocean waves among. Then with the sun take sir, your timely rest, and with new day new worka at once begin. Untroubled night they say gives counsel best. Right well sir knight ye have advised been. Quoth then that aged man the way to win, is wisely to advise, now day is spent. Therefore with me ye may take up your inn, for this same night. The knight was well content. So with that godly father to his home they went. A little lowly hermitage it was, down in a dale, hard by a forest's side, far from resort of people, that did pa. In travel to and fro, a little wid. There was an holy chapel edified, wherein the hermite duly wont to say his holy things each morn and evented. Thereby a crystal stream did gently play, which from a sacred fountain welled forth alway. Arrived there, the little house they fill, any look for entertainment, where none was. Rest is their feast, and all things at their will. The noblest mind the best contentment has. With fair discourse the evening so they paw. For that old man of pleasing words had store, and well could file his tongue as smooth as glass. He told of saints and popes, and evermore he strode an Ave Mary after and before. The drooping night thus creepeth on them fast, and the sad humour loading their eyelids, as messenger of Morpheus on them cast. Sweet slumbering daw, the which to sleep them biddies. Unto their lodgings then his guests he riddies, where when all drowned in deadly sleep he finds, he to this study goes, and their amities, his magic books and arts of sundry kins. He seeks out mighty charms, to trouble sleepy mindies. Then choosing out few words most horrible, let none them read, thereof did verses frame, with which and other spells like terrible, he bade awake black a Pluto's grisly dame, and cursed heaven and spake reproach fool shame, of highest God, the Lord of life and light, a bold bad man, that dard to call by name, great Gorgon, prince of darkness and dead night, at which Cocytus quakes, and Styx is put to flight, and forth he called out of deep darkness dread, legions of sprites, the which like little flies, fluttering about his ever-damned head, await whereto their service he applies, to aid his friends, or fray his enemies. Of those he chose out two, the falsest two, and fittest for to forge true-seeming lies. The one of them he gave a message to, the other by himself stayed other work to do. He making speedy way through spursed air, and through the world of waters wide and deep, to Morpheus' house doth hastily repair, amid the bowels of the earth full steep, and lo, where dawning day doth never peep, his dwelling is, there Tethys his wet bed doth ever wash, and Cynthia still doth steep in silver daw his ever-drooping head, while sad night over him her mantle black doth spread, whose double gates he findeth locked fast, the one fair framde of burnished ivory, the other all with silver overcast, and wakeful dogs before them for do lie, watching to banish care their enemy, who oft is wont to trouble gentle sleep. By them the sprite doth pass in quietly, and unto Morpheus comes, whom drowned deep in drowsy fit he finds, of nothing he takes keep, and more, to lull him in his slumber soft, a trickling stream from high rock tumbling down, an ever-drizzling rain upon the loft, mixed with a murmuring wind, much like the sown of swarming bees, did cast him in a swoon. No other was, nor people's troublous cries, as still are wont to annoy the walled town, might there be heard, but Carlse quiet lies, wrapped in eternal silence for from enemies. The messenger a rocking to him spake, but his wast words returned to him in vain. So sound he slept, that not muffed him awake. Then rudely he him thrust, and pushed with pain, whereat he gan to stretch, but he again shook him so hard, that forced him to speak, as one then in a dream, whose drier brain is tossed with troubled sights and fancies weak. He mumbled soft, but would not all his silence break. The sprite then gan more boldly him to wake, and threatened unto him the dreaded name of Hecate, whereat he gan to quake, and lifting up his lumpish head, with blame, half angry asked him, for what he came. Hither, quoth he, me Archimago sent, he that the stub-born sprites can wisely tame. He bids thee to him send for his intent, a fit false dream, that can delude the sleeper's scent. The god obeyed he, and, calling forth straightway a diverse dream out of his prison dark, delivered it to him, and down did lay his heavy head, devoid of careful carkey, whose senses all were straight benumbed and stark. He back returning by the ivory dory, remounted up as light as cheerful lark, and on his little winges the dream he bore, in haste unto his lord, where he him left afore, who all this while with charms and hidden arts had made a lady of that other sprite, and framde of liquid air her tender parties, so lively, and so like in all men's sight, that weaker sense it could have ravished quigged. The maker self, for all his wondrous wit, was nigh beguiled with so goodly sight. Her all in white he clad, and over it cast a black stole, most like to see me for una fit. Now when that ill dream was to him brought, unto that elfin night he bade him fly, where he slept soundly void of evil thought, and with false shoes abuse his fantasy, in sort as he him schooled privily. And that new creature, born without her due, full of the maker's guile, with usage sly, he taught to imitate that lady true, whose semblance she did carry under feigned hue. Thus well instructed, to their work they hast, and coming where the knight in slumber lay, the one upon his hardy head him plast, and made him dream of loves and lustful play. That night his manly heart did melt away, bathed in wanton glee and wicked joy. Then seemed him his lady by him lay, and to him plained, how that false-winged boy her chaste heart had subdued, to learn Dame Pleasure's toy, and she hers elfie of beauty sovereign queen. Fair Venus seemed unto his bed to bring her, whom he waking evermore did ween to be the chastest flower, that I did spring on earthly brunk, the daughter of a king. Now a loose lemon to vile service bound, and eke the graces seemed all to sing Hymen io Hymen dancing all around, whilst freshest Flora her with Ivy girlund crowned. In this great passion of unwanted lust, or wanted fear of doing aught amiss, he started up, as seeming to mistrust some secret ill, or hidden foe of his. Lo there before his face his lady is, under Blake stole hiding her bait hook, and as half blushing offered him to kiss, with gentle blandishment and lovely look, most like that virgin true, which for her knight him took. All clean dismayed to see so uncouth sight, and half enraged at her shamelessy guise, he thought half slain her in his fierce despite. But hasty he tempering with sufferance wise, he stayed his hand, and gan himself advise, to prove his sense, and tempt her feigned truth, wringing her hands in woman's piteous wise. Though can she weep, to stir up gentle ruth, both for her noble bloud, and for her tender youth, and said, Ah sir, my liege lord and my love, shall I accuse the hidden cruel fate, and mighty causes wrought in heaven above, or the blind God, that doth me thus almighty, for hope love to win me certain hate? Yet thus perforce he bids me do, or die. Die is my due, yet rue my wretched state. You, whom my heart avenging destiny hath made judge of my life or death indifferently, your own dear sake forced me at first to leave my father's kingdom. There she stopped with tears, her swollen heart her speech seemed to bereave, and then again begun, my weaker years, captive to fortune and frail worldly fears, fly to your fate for succor and surety. Let me not die in languor and long tears. Why dame, quoth he, what hath ye thus dismayed? What phrase yet, that were wont to comfort me afraid? Love of yourself, she said, and dear constraint, lets me not sleep, but was the weary night in secret anguish and unpitied plaint, whiles you in carlsy sleep are drowned quigged. Her doubtful words made that redoubt knight suspect her truth, yet since no untruth he knew, her fawning love with foule disdainful spite, he would not chend, but said, Dear dame I rue, that for my sake unknown such grief unto you grew. Assure yourself, it fell not all to ground, for all so dear as life is to my heart, I deem your love, and hold me to you bound. Any let vain fears procure your needlessy smart, where cause is none, but to your rest depart. Not all content, yet seemed she to appease her mournful plaints, beguiled of her art, and fed with words that could not choose but please. So sliding softly forth, she turned as to her ease. Long after lay he musing at her mood, much grieved he to think he that gentle dame so light, for whose defence he was to shed his blood. At last, dull weariness of former fight having rocked asleep his irksome sprite, that troublous dream gan freshly toss his brain, with bars and beds and ladies' dear delight. But when he saw his labour all was vain, with that misformed sprite he back returned again. Canto 2. The guileful great enchanter parts the Red Cross Knight from truth, into whose stead fair falsehood steps, and works him woeful ruth. By this the Nordhorn wagoner had set his sevenfold team behind the steadfast star, that was in ocean waves yet never wet, but firme is fixed, and sendeth light from far to all that in the wide deep wandering are. And cheerful Chanticleer with his note shrill had warned once, that Phoebus' fiery care in haste was climbing up the eastern hill, full envious that night so long his room did fill, when those accursed messengers of hell, that feigning dream, and that fair forged sprite, came to their wicked maester, and gan tell their bootless pains, and ill-succeeding night, who all enraged to see his skilful might deluded so, gan threaten hellish pain, and sad Proserpine's wrath, them to affright. But when he saw his threatening was but vain, he cast about, and searched his baleful books again. Eftsoons he took that miscreated fair, and that false other sprite, on whom he spread a seeming body of the subtle air, like a young squire in love's and lusty bed, his wanton days that ever loosely led, without regard of armes and dreaded fight. Those two he took, and in a secret bed, covered with darkness and misdeeming night, them both together laid, to joy and vain delight. Forthwith he runs with feigned faithful hast unto his guest, who after troublous sights and dreams, gan now to take more sound repast, whom suddenly he wakes with fearful frights. as one aghast with fiends or damned sprites. And to him calories, rise, rise, unhappy swain, that here wex old in sleep, whiles wicked wights have knit themselves in Venus' shameful shen. Come see where your false lady doth her honour stain. All in amaze he suddenly upstart, with sword in hand, and with the old man went, who soon him brought into a secret part, where that false couple were full closely meant, in wanton lust and lewd embracement, which when he saw, he burnt with jealous fire. The eye of reason was with rage ablent, and would have slain them in his furious ire. But hardly was rest reigned of that aged sire, returning to his bed in torment great, and bitter anguish of his guilty sight. He could not rest, but did his stout heart eat, and wast his inward gall with deep despite. Yearksome of life, and too long lingering night. At last fair Hesperus in highest ski had spent his lamp and brought forth dawning light. Then up he rose, and clad him hastily. The dwarf him brought his steed, so both away do fly. Now when the rosy fingred morning fair, weary of aged Tithon's saffron bed, had spread her purple robe through dawy air, and the high hills Titan discovered, the royal virgin shook off drowsy head, and rising forth out of her baser bar, blew night for her knight, who far away was fled, and for her dwarf, that wont to wait each hour. Then gan she wail and weep, to see that woeful store, and after him she rode with so much speed, as her slow beast could make, but all in vain. For him so far had borne his light-foot steed, pricked with wrath and fiery fierce disdain, that him to follow was but fruitless pain. Yet she her weary limbs would never rest, but every hill and dale, each wood and plain, did search, sore grieved in her gentle breast. He so ungently left her, whom she loved best. But subtil Archimago, when his guests he saw divided into double parts, and Una wandering in woods and forests, th end of his drift, he praised his devilish arts, that had such might over true meaning hearts. Yet rests not so, but other means doth make, how he may work unto her further smarts. For her he hated as the hissing snake, and in her many troubles did most pleasure take. He then devised himself how to disguise, for by his mighty science he could take as many forms and shapes in seeming wise, as ever Proteus to himself he could make. Sometime a fowl, sometime a fish in lake, now like a fox, now like a dragon fell, that of himself he oft for fear would quake, and oft would fly away. Oh, who can tell the hidden power of herbs and might of magic spell? But now seemed best the person to put on of that good knight, his late beguiled guest. In mighty armes he was clad anon, and silver shield, upon his coward breast, a bloody cross, and on his craven crest, a bunch of hairs discoloured diversely. Full jolly knight he seemed, and well addressed, and when he sate upon his courser free, Saint George himself ye would have deemed him to be. But he the knight, whose semblaunt he did bear, the true Saint George, was wandered far away, still flying from his thoughts and jealous fear. Will was his guide, and grief led him astray. At last him chanced to meet upon the way a faithless Saracen all armed to point, in whose great shield was writ with letters gay, Sens foi, full large of limbe in every joint. He was, and cared not for God or man a point. He had a fair companion of his way, a goodly lady clad in scarlet red, purfled with gold and pearl of rich assay, and like a Persian mitre on her head, she wore, with crowns and oches garnished, the which her lavish lovers to her gave. Her wanton palfrey all was overspread with tinsel trappings, woven like a wave, whose bridle rung with golden bells and bosses brave. With fair disport and courting dalliance, she entertained her lover all the way. But when she saw the knight his spear advance, she soon left off her mirth and wanton play, and bade her knight address him to the fray. His foe was nigh at hand. He pricked with pride, and hoped to win his lady's heart that day. Forth spurred fast, adown his courser's side. The red blood trickling stained the way, as he did ride. The knight of the Red Cross when him he spied, spurring so out with rage dispiteous, gan fairly couch his spear, and towards ride. Soon meet they both fell and furious, that daunted with their forces hideous, their steeds do stagger, and amazed stand, and eke themselves, too rudely rigorous, astonied with the stroke of their own hand, do back rebut, and each to other yieldeth land, as when two rams stirred with ambitious pride, fight for the rule of the rich fleeced flock, their horned fronts so fierce on either side, do meet, that with the terror of the shock, astonied both, stand senseless as a block, forgetful of the hanging victory. So stood these twain, unmoved as a rock, both staring fierce, and holding idly the broken relics of their former cruelty. The Saracen sore daunted with the buff, snatcheth his sword, and fiercely to him flies, who well it wards, and quitteth cuff with cuff. each other's equal puissance envies, and through their iron sides with cruel spies, does seek to purse, repining courage yields no foot to foe. The flashing fear flies, as from a forge out of their burning shields, and streams of purple blood new dyes the verdant fields. Curse on that cross, quoth then the Saracen, that keeps thy body from the bitter fit. Dead long ago I wot thou hadst been, had not that charm from thee forewarned it. But yet I warn thee now assured sit, and hide thy head therewith upon his crest. With rigour so outrageous he smit, that a large share it hewed out of the rest, and glancing down his shield from blame him fairly blessed, who thereat wondrous wroth, the sleeping spark of native virtue gan eftsoons revive, and at his haughty helmet making mark, so hugely stroke, that at the steel did rive, and cleft his head, he tumbling down alive, with bloody mouth his mother earth did kiss, greeting his grave, his grudging ghost did strive, with the frily flesh, at last it flitted is, whither the souls do fly of men that live amiss. The lady when she saw her champion fall, like the old ruins of a broken tower, stayed not to wail his woeful funeral, but from him fled away with all her power, who after her as hastily gan scar, bidding the dwarf with him to bring away the Saracen's shield, Signa of the conqueror. Her soon he overtook, and bade to stay, for present cause was none of dread her to dismay. She turning back with rueful countenance, cried, Mercy, mercy, sir, vouchsafe to show on silly dame, subject to hard mischance, and to your mighty will, her humbles low, in so rich weeds and seeming glorious show, did much move his stout heroic heart, and said, Dear dame, your sudden overthrow much ruth me, but now put fear apart, and tell, both who ye be, and who that took your part. Melting in tears, then gan she thus lament, the wretched woman, whom unhappy hour hath now made thrall to your commandment, before that angry heavens list to lower, and fortune false betrayed me to your power, was, oh what now availeth that I was born the sole daughter of an emperor, he that the wide west under his rule has, and high hath set his throne, where Tiberius doth paw. He in the first flower of my freshest age, betrothed me unto the only heir of a most mighty king, most rich and sage. Was never prince so faithful and so fair, was never prince so meek and debonair. But ere my hoped day of spousal shone, my dearest lord fell from high honour's stair, into the hands of his accursed phone, and cruelly was slain. That shall I ever moan. His blessed body spoiled of lively breath, was afterward, I know not how, conveyed, and fro me hid, of whose most innocent death, when tidings came to me, unhappy maid. Oh how great sorrow my sad soul assaid. Then forth I went his woeful course to find, and many years throughout the world I strayed, a virgin widow, whose deep wounded mind, with love long time did languish as the stricken hind. At last it chanced this proud Saracen, to meet me wandering, who perforce me led with him away, but yet could never win the fort, that ladies hold in sovereign dread. There lies he now with foule dishonour dead, who whiles he loved, was called proud Sansfoy, the eldest of 3 brethren, all 3 bred of one bad sire, whose youngest is Sansjoy, and twixt them both was born the bloody bold Sansloy. In this sad plight, friendless, unfortunate, now miserable I fides dwell, craving of you in pity of my state, to do none ill, if please ye not do well. He in great passion all this while did dwell, more busying his quick eyes, her face to view, than his dull ears, to hear what she did tell, and said, Fair lady, heart of flint would rue the undeserved woes and sorrows which ye shew. Henceforth in safe assurance may ye rest, having both found a new friend you to aid, and lost an old foe that did you molest. Better new friend than an old foe is said. With change of cheer the seeming simple maid let fall her eyen, as shamefast to the earth, and yielding soft, in that she not gainsaid. So forth they rode, he feigning seemly mirth, and she coy looks, so dainty they say make dearth. Long time they thus together travailed, till weary of their way, they came at last, where grew 2 goodly trees, that fair did spread their arms abroad, with grey moss overcast, and their green leaves trembling with every blast, made a calm shadow far in compass round. The fearful shepherd often there aghast, under them never sat, any won't there sound his merry oaten pipe, but shunned unlucky ground. But this good knight soon as he them can spy, for the cool shade him thither hastily got, for golden Phoebus now amounted high, from fiery wheels of his fair chariot, hurled his beams so scorching cruel hot, that living creature mote it not abide, and his new lady it endured not. There they alight, in hope themselves to hide from the fierce heat, and rest their weary limbs atide. Fair seemly pleasance each to other makes, with goodly purposes there as they sit. And in his false fancy he her takes, to be the fairest wight that lived yet, which to express he bends his gentle wit. And thinking of those bronze ches green to frame, a girlund for her dainty forehead fit, he plucked a bough, out of whose rift there came small drops of gory blood, that trickled down the same. Therewith a piteous yelling voice was heard, crying, "Oh spare with guilty hands to tear my tender sides in this rough rind embarred, but fly, fly far hence away, for fear least to you hap, that happened to me here, and to this wretched lady, my dear love. Oh too dear love, love bought with death too dear." Astound he stood, and up his hair did hove, and with that sudden horror could no member move. At last when as the dreadful passion was overpast, and manhood well awake, yet musing at the strange occasion, and doubting much his sense, he thus bespake, "What voice of damned ghost from limbo lake, or guileful sprite wandering in empty air, both which freely men do oftentimes mistake, sends to my doubtful ears these speeches rare, and rueful plaints, me bidding guiltils bloud to spare?" Then groaning deep, "Nor damned ghost," quoth he, "nor guileful sprite to thee these words doth speak, but once a man Furtubio, now a tree. Wretched man, wretched tree, whose nature weak, a cruel witch her cursed will to wreak, hath thus transformed, and placed in open plains, where Boreas doth blow full bitter bleak, and scorching sun does dry my secret veins. For though a tree I see me, yet cold and heat me pains. Say on Furtubio then, or man, or tree?" Quoth then the knight, "By whose mischievous arts art thou misshaped thus, as now I see? He oft finds medicina, who his grief imparts, but double griefs afflict concealing hearts, as raging flames who striveth to suppress. The author then," said he, "of all my smarts, is one Duisa a false sorceress, that many errant knights hath brought to wretchedness. In prime of youthly years, when courage hot, the fire of love and joy of chivalry, first kindled in my breast, it was my lot to love this gentle lady, whom ye see now not a lady, but a seeming tree, with whom as once I rode accompanied, me chanced of a knight encountered be, that had a like fair lady by his side, like a fair lady, but did foul Duisa hide, whose forged beauty he did take in hand, all other dames to have exceeded for. I in defence of mine did likewise stand, mine, that did then shine as the morning star, so both to batel fierce Arahungdar, in which his harder fortune was to fall, under my spear, such is the die of war. His lady left as a prize marshal, did yield her comely person to be at my call, so doubly loved he of ladies unlike fair. One seeming such, the other such indeed. One day in doubt I cast for to compare, whether in beauty's glory did exceed. A rosy girlund was the victor's meed. Both seemed to win, and both seemed one to be. So hard the discord was to be agreed. Frailissa was as fair mote be, and ever false Duisa seemed as fair as she. The wicked witch now seeing all this while, the doubtful balance equally to sway, what not by right, she cast to win by guile, and by her hellish science raised straightway a foggy mist, that overcast the day, and a dull blast, that breathing on her face, dimmed her former beauty's shining ray, and with foule ugly form did her disgrace. Then was she fair alone, when none was fair in place. Then cried she out, "Fie, fie, deformed wight, whose borrowed beauty now appeareth plain, to have before bewitched all men's sight. O leave her soon, or let her soon be slain." Her loathly visage viewing with disdain, "Eftsoons I thought her such, as she me told, and would have killed her, but with feigned pain. The false witch did my wrathful hand withhold, so left her, where she now is turned to tree and mould. Then forth I took Duisa for my dame, and in the which unweeting joyed long time. Any ever wist but that she was the same, till on a day, that day is every prime, when witches won't do penance for their crime. I shuns to see her in her proper hue, bathing herself in origany and thyme. A filthy foule old woman I did view, that ever to have touched her I did deadly rue. Her neither parts misshapen, monstrous, were hid in water, that I could not see, but they did see me more foule and hideous, than woman's shape man would believe to be. Thenceforth from her most beastly company, I gan refrain, in min to slip away, soon as appeared safe opportunity. For danger great, if not a certain decay, I saw before mine eyes, if I were known to stray. The devilish hag by changes of my cheer, perceived my thought, and drowned in sleep a night, with wicked herbs and ointments did besmear my body all, through charms and magic might, that all my senses were bereaved quigged. Then brought she me into this desert waste, and by my wretched lover's side me pigged, where now enclosed in wooden walls full fast, banished from living wights, our weary days we waste. But how long time, said then the elfin knight. Are you in this misformed house to dwell? We may not change, quoth he, this evil plight, till we be bathed in a living well. That is the term prescribed by the spell. Oh how, said he, mote I that well outfind. That may restore you to your wonted well? Time and sophist fates to former kynd. Shall us restore, none else from hence may us unbind. The false Duisa, now fides a height. Heard how in vain Fertubio did lament. And knew well all was true. But the good knight, full of sad fear and ghastly dreariment, when all this speech the living tree had spent, the bleeding bough did thrust into the ground, that from the bloud he might be innocent, and with fresh clay did close the wooden wound. Then turning to his lady, dead with fear her found. Her seeming dead he found with feigned fear, as all unweeting of that well she knew, and pained himself with bussy care to rear her out of Carlse swoon. Her eyelids blue, and dimmed sight with pale and deadly hue. At last she up gan lift, with trembling cheer. Her up he took, too simple and too true, and oft her kissed. At length all past fear, he set her on her steed, and forward forth did bear. Canto 3. Forsaken truth long seeks her love, and makes the lion mild. Mars blind devotion's mart, and fouls in hand of leech Auervald. Naught is there under heaven's wide hollowness, that moves more dear compassion of mind, than beauty brought to unworthy wretchedness, through envy's snares, or fortune's freaks unkind. I, whether lately through her brightness blind, or through alliance and fast fealty, which I do owe unto all womankind, feel my heart burst with so great agony, when such I see, that all for pity I could die. And now it is impassioned so deep, for fairest Una's sake, of whom I sing, that my friendly eyes these lines with tears do steep. To think ye how she through guileful handling, though true as touch, though daughter of a king, though fair as ever living wight was fair, though nor in word nor deed ill meriting, is from her knight divorced in despair, and her due love's dear of to that vile witch's share. Yet she most faithful lady all this while, forsaken, woeful, solitary maid, far from all people's prease, as in exile, in wilderness and wasteful deserts strayed, to seek her knight, who subtly betrayed, through that late vision, which th enchanter wrought, had her abandoned. She of not afraid, through woods and wastness wide him daily sought, yet wished tidings none of him unto her brought. One day nigh weary of the irksome way, from her unhasty beast she did alight, and on the grass her dainty limbs did lay, in secret shadow, for from all men's sight. From her fair head her fillet she undinked, and laid her stole aside. Her angel's face, as the great eye of heaven shined bright, and made a sunshine in the shady place, did never mortal eye behold such heavenly grace. It fortuned out of the thickest wood, a ramping lion rushed suddenly, hunting full greedy after salvage blood. Soon as the royal virgin he did spy, with gaping mouth at her ran greedily, to evidence devoured her tender corse. But to the prey when as he drew more New York, his bloody rage assuaged with remorse, and with the sight amazed, forgat his furious force. Instead thereof he kissed her weary feet, and licked her lily hands with fawning tongue, as he her wronged innocence did weet. Oh how can beauty master the most strong, and simple truth subdue avenging wrong? Whose yielded pride and proud submission, still dreading death, when she had marked long, her heart gan melt in great compassion, and drizzling tears did shed for pure affection. The lion lord of every beast in field, quoth she, his princely puissance doth abate, and mighty proud to humble weak does yield, forgetful of the hungry rage, which late him pricked, in pity of my sad estate. But he my lion, and my noble lord, how does he find in cruel heart to hate her that him loved and ever most adored, as the god of my life? Why hath he me abhorred? Redounding tears did choke the end of her plaint, which softly echoed from the neighbor wood, and sad to see her sorrowful constraint, the kingly beast upon her gazing stood. With pity calmed, down fell his angry mood. At last in close heart shutting up her pain, arose the virgin born of heavenly brood, and to her snowy palfrey got again, to seek her strayed champion, if she might attain. The lion would not leave her desolate, but with her went along, as a strong guard, of her chaste person, and a faithful mate, of her sad troubles and misfortunes hard. Still when she slept, he kept both watch and ward, and when she walked, he waited diligent, with humble service to her will prepared. From her fair eyes he took undament, and ever by her looks conceived her intent. Long she thus travailed through deserts wid, by which she thought her wandering knight should paw, yet never shew of living white aspid, till that at length she found the trodden grass, in which the tract of people's footing was. under the steep foot of a mountain hoar. The same she follows, till at last she has a damsel sped slow footing her before, that on her shoulders sat a pot of water bore. To whom a rocking she to her gan call, to weet, if dwelling place were nigh at hand. But the rude wench her answered not at all. She could not hear, nor speak, nor understand. Till seeing by her side the lion stand, with sudden fear her pitcher down she threw, and fled away, for never in that land face of fair lady she before did view, and that dread lion's look her cast in deadly hue. Full fast she fled, and never loo night behind, as if her life upon the wager lay. And home she came, whereas her mother Blynd sate in eternal night, naught could she say, but sudden catching hold, did her dismay, with quaking hands, and other signs of fear, who full of ghastly fright and cold affray, gan shut the doory. By this arrived there Dame Una, weary dame, an entrance did require, which when none yielded, her unruly page with his rude claws the wicket open rent, and let her in, whereof his cruel rage, nigh dead with fear, and faint astonishment, she found them both in darksome corner pent, where that old woman day and night did pray upon her beads devoutly penitent, 900 paternosters every day, and thrice 900 aves she was wont to say, and to augment her painful penance more, thrice every week in ashes she did sit, and next her wrinkled skin rough sackcloth wore, and thrice 3 times did fast from any bit. But now for fear her beads she did forget, whose needle ussy dread for to remove away. Fair Una framed words and countenance fit, which hardly down, at length she gan them pray, that in their cottage small that night she rest her may. The day is spent, and cometh drowsy night, when every creature shrouded is in sleep. Sat Una down her lies in weary plight, and at her feet the lion watch doth keep. Instead of rest, she does lament, and weep, for the late loss of her dear loved knight, and sighs, and groans, and evermore does steep her tender breast in bitter tears all night. All night she thinks too long, and often looks for light. Now when Aldebaran was mounted high above the shiny Cassiopeia's chair, and all in deadly sleep did drowned lie, one knocked at the doory, and in would fare. He knocked fast, and often cursed, and swear that ready entrance was not at his call, for on his back a heavy load he bare, of nightly stealths, and pillage several, which he had got abroad by purchase criminal. He was, to weet, a stout and sturdy thief, wont to rob churches of their ornaments, and poor men's boxes of their due relief, which given was to them for good intents, the holy saints of their rich vestments. He did disrobe, when all men carelessly slept, and spoiled the priests of their habiliments, whiles none the holy things in safety kept. Then he by conning sleights in at the window crept, and all that he by right or wrong could find, unto this house he brought, and did bestow upon the daughter of this woman blind, Abessa, daughter of Corsica slow, with whom he whored usd, that few did know, and fed her fat with feast of offerings, and plenty, which in all the land did grow. And spared he to give her gold and rings, and now he to her brought part of his stolen things. Thus long the doory with rage and threats he bet, yet of those fearful women none durst rise. The lion frayed them, him into let. He would no longer stay him to advise, but open breaks the doory in furious wise, and on traying is, when that disdainful beast, encountering fierce, him sudden doth surprise, and seizing cruel claws on trembling breast, under his lordly foot him proudly hath suppressed. Him doth not resist, nor succor call. His bleeding heart is in the venger's hand, who straight him rent in 1,000 pieces small, and quite dismembred hath the thirsty land. Drunk up his life, his corse left on the strand. His fearful friends wear out the woeful night. Any dare to weep, nor see me to understand the heavy hap, which on them is a light. Afraid, least to themselves the like mishappen might. Now when broad day the world discovered has, up rose the lion eke, and on their former journey forward paw, in ways unknown, her wandering knight to seek, with pains for passing that long wandering Greek, that for his love refused deity. Such were the labours of his lady meek, still seeking him, that from her still did fly. Then furthest from her hope, when most she weened nigh. Soon as she parted thence, the fearful twain, that blind old woman and her daughter dear, came forth, and finding Kirkrap there slain, for anguish great they gan to rend their hair, and beat their breasts, and naked flesh to tear. And when they both had wept and wailed their fill, then forth they ran like 2 amazed deer, half mad through malice, and revenging will, to follow her, that was the causer of their ill. Whom overtaking, they gan loudly bray, with hollow howling, and lamenting cry, shamefully at her railing all the way, and her accusing of dishonesty. That was the flower of faith and chastity. And still amidst her railing, she did pray. That plagues, and mischiefs, and long misery, might fall on her, and follow all the way. And that in endless error she might ever stray. But when she saw her prayers not prevail, she back returned with some labour lost. And in the way as she did weep and wail, a knight her met in mighty arms embossed. Yet knight was not for all his bragging boast, but subtil Archimag, that Una sought, by trains into new troubles to have tossed. Of that old woman tidings he besought, if that of such a lady she could tell an aught. Therewith she gan her passion to renew, and cry, and curse, and rail, and rend her hair, saying, that harlot she too lately knew, that caused her shed so many a bitter tear. And so forth told the story of her fear. Much seemed he to moan her hapless chance, and after for that lady did inquire, which being taught, he forward gan advance, his fair enchanted steed, and eke his charmed lance. Ere long he came where Una travelled slow, and that wild champion waiting her beside, whom seeing such, for dread he durst not show himself he too nigh at hand, but turned wid unto an hill, from whence when she him sped, by his like seeming shield, her knight by name, she weened it was, and towards him gan ride. Approaching nigh, she wist it was the same, and with fair fearful humbles towards him she came, and weeping said, Ah my long lacked lord, where have ye been thus long out of my sight? Much feared I to have been quite abhorred, or aught have done, that ye displeasen might, that should as death unto my dear heart light. For since mine eye your joyous sight did miss, my cheerful day is turned to cheerless night, and eke my night of death the shadow is. But welcome now my light, and shining lamp of blee. He thereto meeting said, My dearest dame, for be it from your thought, and fro my will, to think ye that knighthood I so much should shame, as you to leave, that have me loved still, and chosen Faerie court of mere goodwill, where noblest knights were to be found on earth. The earth shall sooner leave her kindly skill, to bring forth fruit, and make eternal dearth. Then I leave you, my leaf, born of heavenly birth. And sooth to say, why I left you so long, was for to seek adventure in strange place, where Archimago said a felon strong, to many knights did daily work a disgrace. But knight he now shall never more deface. Good cause of mine excuse, that mote ye please well to accept, and evermore embrace my faithful service, that by land and seas have vowed you to defend. Now then your plaint appease. His lovely words her seemed due recompense of all her past pains, one loving hour. For many years of sorrow can dispense. A dram of sweet is worth a pound of sour. She has forgot how many a woeful store for him she late endured. She speaks no more of past. True is, that true love hath no power to looken back, his eyes be fixed before her stands her knight, for whom she toiled so sore. Much like, as when the beaten mariner, that long hath wandered in the ocean wide, oft soused in swelling teeth a saltish tear, and long time having tanned his tawny hide, with blustering breath of heaven, that none can bide, and scorching flames of fierce Orion's hound. Soon as the port from for he has espied, his cheerful whistle merrily doth sound, and Nereus crowns with cups, his mates him pledge around. Such joy made Una, when her knight she found, and eke th enchanter joyous seemed no less than the glad marchant, that does view from ground his ship for come from watery wilderness. He hurls out vows, and Neptune oft doth bless. So forth they passed, and all the way they spent, discoursing of her dreadful late distress, in which he asked her, what the lion meant, who told her all that fell in journey as she went. They had not ridden for, when they might see one pricking towards them with hasty heat, full strongly armed, and on a courser free, that through his fierceness foamed all with sweat, and the sharp Huron did for anger eat, when his hot rider spurred his chafed side. His look was stern, and seemed still to threat cruel revenge, which he in heart did hide, and on his shield sans loy in bloody lines was dyed. When nigh he drew unto this gentle pair, and saw the red cross, which the knight did bear, he burnt in fire, and gan eftsoons prepare himself to battle with his couched spear. Loath was that other, and did faint through fear to taste th untreed dint of deadly steel. But yet his lady did so well him cheer, that hope of new good ap he gan to feel. So bent his spear, and spurred his horse with ear and heel. But that proud Paynim forward came so fierce, and full of wrath, that with his sharp head spear, through vainly crossed shield he quite did pierce, and had his staggering steed not shrunk for fear, through shield and body eke he should him bear. Yet so great was the puissance of his push, that from his saddle quite he did him bear. He tumbling rudely down to ground did rush, and from his gored wound a well of blood did gush. dismounting lightly from his lofty steed. He to him leapt, in mind to reave his life. And proudly said, Lo there the worthy meed of him that slew Sansfoy with bloody knife. Henceforth his ghost freed from repining strife, in peace may passen over Lethe lake. When morning altars pergued with enemy's life, the blacka infernal furies don't aslake. Life from Sansfoy thou tookst, Sans loy shall from thee take. Therewith in haste his helmet gan unlace, till Una cried, O hold that heavy hand. Dear sir, whatever that thou be in place, enough is, that thy foe doth vanquished stand. Now at thy mercy, mercy notwithstand. For he is one the truest knight alive. Though conquered now he lie on lowly land. And whilst him fortune favoured, fair did thrive in bloody field, therefore of life him not deprive. Her piteous words might not abate his rage, but rudely rending up his helmet, would have slain him straight, but when he sees his age, and hoary head of Archimago old, his hasty hand he doth amazed hold, and half ashamed, wondered at the sight. For that old man well knew he, though untold, in charms and magic to have wondrous might. Any ever wont in field, any in round lists to fight. And said, Why Archimago, luckless sire, what do I see? What hard mishap is this, that hath thee hither brought to taste mine year? Or thine the fault, or mine the error is, instead of foe to wound my friend Amos? He answered not, but in a trance still lay, and on those guileful dazed eyes of his, the cloud of death did sit, which don't away. He left him lying so, and he would no longer stay. But to the Virgin comes, who all this while almost stands, herself so mocked to see by him, who has the guerdon of his guile, for so misfeigning her true knight to be. Yet is she now in more perplexity, left in the hand of that same Paynim bold, from whom her both not at all to fly, who, by her cleanly garment catching hold, her from her palfrey plucked, her visage to behold. But her fierce servant, full of kingly awe, and high disdain, when as his sovereign dame, so rudely handled by her foe he saw it, with gaping jaws full greedy at him came, and ramping on his shield, did wean the same, have reft away with his sharp rending claws. But he was stout, and lust did now inflame his courage more, that from his griping paws he hath his shield redeemed, and forth his sword he draws. Oh then too weak and feeble was the force of salvage beast, his puissance to withstand. For he was strong, and of so mighty course, as ever wielded spear in warlike hand, and feats of arms did wisely understand. Eftsoons he pursed through his chauffed chest, with thrilling point of deadly year and brand, and launched his lordly heart, with death oppressed. He roared aloud, whiles life forsook his stub-born breast. Who now is left to keep the forlorn maid from raging spoil of lawlessy victor's will? Her faithful guard removed, her hope dismayed, herself a yielded prey to save or spill. He now lord of the field, his pride to fill with foule reproaches, and disdainful spite, her vilely entertains, and will or nil bears her away upon his courser light. Her prayers not prevail, his rage is more of might, and all the way, with great lamenting pain, and piteous plaints she filleth his dull ears, that stony heart could riven have in twain, and all the way she wets with flowing tears. But he enraged with rancour, nothing hears her servile beast yet would not leave her so, but follows her for off, any aught he fears, to be partaker of her wandering woe, more mild and beastly kind, than that her beastly foe. Canto 4. To sinful house of pride, Duisa guides the faithful knight, where brother's death to wreak sans joy, doth challenge him to fight. Young knight, whatever that dost armes prophecy, and through long labours huntest after fame, beware of fraud, beware of ficklenessy, in choice, and change of thy dear loved dame, least thou of her belay too lightly blame, and rash misweening do thy heart remove. For unto knight there is no greater shame than lightness and inconstancy in love. That doth this Red Cross knight's ensample plainly prove, who after that he had fair Una lorn, through light misdeeming of her loyalty, and false Duisa in her stead had borne, called Fides, and so supposed to be, long with her travelled, till at last they see a goodly building, bravely garnished, the house of mighty prince it seemed to be, and towards it a broad highway that led, all bare through people's feet, which thither travelled. Great troops of people travelled thitherward, both day and night, of each degree and place. But few returned, having scaped hard, with baleful beggary, or foule disgrace, which ever after in most wretched case, like loathsome lizards, by the hedges lay. Thither Duisa bade him bend his pace, for she is weary of the toilsome way, and also nigh consumed is the lingering day. A stately palace built of squared brick, which cunningly was without mortar laid, whose walls were high, but nothing strong, nor thick. And golden foil all over them disp laid. That purest sky with brightness they dismayed. High lifted up were many lofty towers. And goodly galleries for overlaid. Full of fair windows and delightful bars. And on the top a dial told the timely hours. It was a goodly heap for to beheld. And spake the praises of the workman's wit. But full great pity, that so fair a mould did on so weak foundation ever sit. For on a sandy hill, that still did flit, and fall away, it mounted was full high, that every breath of heaven shaked it. And all the hinder parts, that few could spy, were ruinous and old, but painted cunningly. Arrived there, they passed in forthright. For still to all the gates stood open wide. Yet charge of them was to a porter hight, called Malvenu, who entrance none denied. Thence to the hall, which was on every side, with rich array and costly arras dight. Infinite sorts of people did abide, there waiting long, to win the wished sight of her that was the lady of that palace bright. By them they passe, all gazing on them round, and to the presence mount, whose glorious view their frail amazed senses did confound. In living prince's court none ever knew such and lse rich esse, and so sumptuous shew. Ne Persia self, the Norse of pompous pride, like ever saw. And there a noble crew of lords and ladies stood on every side, which with their presence fair the place much beautified. High above all a cloth of state was spread, and a rich throne, as bright as sunny day, on which there sate most brave embellished, with royal robes and gorgeous array, a maiden queen, that shone as Titan's ray, in glistering gold, and peerless precious stone. Yet her bright blazing beauty did essay to dim the brightness of her glorious throne, as envying herself, that too exceeding shone, like Phoebus' fairest child, that did presume his father's fairy wane, and flaming mouths of steeds unwonted wild, through highest heaven with weaker hand to reign, proud of such glory and advancement vain, while flashing beams do daze his feeble eyen. He leaves the welkin way most beaten plain, and wrapped with whirling wheels, in flames the skyen, with fire not made to burn, but fairly for to shine. So proud she shined in her princely state, looking to heaven, for earth she did disdain, and sitting high, for lowly she did hate. Low underneath her scornful feet was lain a dreadful dragon with an hideous train, and in her hand she held a mirror hour bright, wherein her face she often viewed fain, and in herself lovely semblance took delight. For she was wondrous fair, as any living wight. Of grisly Pluto she the daughter was, and sad Proserpina the queen of hell. Yet did she think her pearl esse worth to paw that parentage, with pride so did she swell. And thundering Jove, that high in heaven doth dwell, and wield the world, she claimed for her sire. Or if that any else did Jove excel, for to the highest she did still aspire. Or if aught higher were than that, did it desire. And proud Lucifer men did her call, that made herself a queen, and crowned to be. Yet rightful kingdom she had none at all, any heritage of native sovereignty, but did usurp with wrong and tyranny upon the sceptre, which she now did hold. Any ruled her realms with laws, but policy, and strong advisement of 6 wizards old, that with their counsels bad her kingdom did uphold. Soon as the elfin knight in presence came, and false Duisa seeming lady fair, a gentle husher, Vanity by name, made room, and passage for them did prepare. So goodly brought them to the lowest stair of her high throne, where they on humble knee, making obeisance, did the cause declare, why they were come, her royal state to see, to prove the wide report of her great majesty. With lofty eyes, half loath to look so low, she thanked them in her disdainful wise. Any other grace vouchsafed them to show, of princess worthy, scarce them bad arise. Her lords and ladies all this while devise themselves to setten forth to strangers' sight. Some frowns their curled hair in courtly guise, some prank their ruffs, and others trimly dight their gay attire, each other's greater pride does spite. Goodly they all that night do entertain, right glad with him to have increased east their crew, but to do us each one himself he did pain, all kindness and fair courtesy to shew. For in that court whilome her well they knew, yet the stout fairy mongst the middest crowd, thought all their glory vain in knightly view, and that great princess too exceeding proud, that to strange knight no better countenance allowed. Sudden upriseth from her stately place the royal dame, and for her coach did call all hurtling forth, and she with princely pace, as fair Aurora in her purple pall, out of the east the dawning day doth call. So forth she comes, her brightness broad doth blaze, the heaps of people thronging in the hall, do ride each other, upon her to gaze. Her glorious glitter round light doth all men's eyes amaze. So forth she comes, and to her coach does climb, adorned all with gold, and girl ons gay, that seemed as fresh as Flora in her prime, and strove to match, in royal rich array, great Juno's golden chair, the which they say, the gods stand gazing on, when she does ride, to Jove's high house through heaven's bronze-paved way, drawn of fair peacocks, that excel in pride, and full of Argus eyes their tails dis pirouetting wide. But this was drawn of 6 unequal beasts, on which her 6 sage council lords did ride, taught to obey their bestial behests, with like conditions to their kinds applied, of which the first, that all the rest did guide, was sluggish idleness the Norse of sin, upon a slothful as he chose to ride, arrayed in habit blacka, and amos thin, like to an holy monk, the service to begin, and in his hand his port essay still he bare, that much was worn, but therein little read, for of devotion he had little care, still drowned in sleep, and most of his days dead, scarce could he once uphold his heavy head, to Lucan, whether it were night or day, may see me the wain was very evil led, when such an one had guiding of the way, that knew not, whether right he went, or else astray, from worldly cares himself he did esloin, and greatly shunned manly exercise, from every work he challenged essoin, for contemplation's sake, yet otherwise, his life he led in lawless erieties, by which he grew to grievous malady, for in his lustful limbs through evil guise, a shaking fever reigned continually, such one was idleness, first of this company, and by his side rode loathsome gluttony, deformed creature, on a filthy swine, his belly was upblown with luxury, and eke with fatness swollen were his ane, and like a crane his neck was long and fine, with which he swallowed up excessive feast, for want whereof poor people oft did pine, and all the way, most like a brutish beast, he spurred up his gorge, that all did him detest, in green vine leaves he was right fitly clad, for other clothes he could not wear for heat, and on his head an ivy girland had, from under which fast trickled down the sweat, still as he rode, he somewhat still did eat, and in his hand did bear a boozing can, of which he supped so oft, that on his seat, his drunken course he scarce upholden can, in shape and life more like a monster, than a man, unfit he was for any worldly thing, and eke unhoble once to stir or go, not meet to be of counsel to a king, whose mind in meat and drink he was drowned so, that from his friend he seldom knew his fo, full of diseases was his carcass blue, and a dry dropsa through his flesh did flow, which by misdeed daily greater grew, such one was gluttony, the second of that crew, and next to him rode lustful lechery, upon a bearded goat, whose rugged hair, and wally eyes, the sinew of Gelosi, was like the person self, whom he did bear, who rough, and blacka, and filthy did appear, unseemly man to please fair ladies' eye, yet he of ladies oft was loved dear, when fairer faces were bid standen by. Oh, who does know the bent of women's fantasy? In a green gown he clothed was full fair, which underneath did hide his filthiness, and in his hand a burning heart he bare, full of vain follies, and new-fangleness, for he was false, and fraught with ficklenessy, and learned had to love with secret looks, and well could dance, and sing with ruefulness, and fortunes tell, and read in loving books, and thousand other ways, to bait his fleshly hooks. Inconstant man, that loved all he saw, and lusted after all that he did love, any would his looser life be tied to law, but joyed weak women's hearts to tempt and prove, if from their loyal loves he might them move, which lewdness filled him with reproach full pain, of that foul evil, which all men reprove, that rots the marrow and consumes the brain. Such one was Lechery, the third of all this train, and greedy avarice by him did ride, upon a camel loaden all with gold, 2 iron coffers hung on either side, with precious metal full as they might hold, and in his lap an heap of coin he told, for of his wicked pelf his god he made, and unto hell himself for money sold. Accursed usury was all his trade, and right and wrong alike in equal balance weighed. His life was nigh unto death's door plast, and threadbare coat, and cobbled shoes he wear, and scarce good morsel all his life did tast, but both from back and belly still did spare, to fill his bags, and rich essay to compare. Yet should any kinsman living had he none, to leave them to, but thorough daily care, to get, and nightly fear to lose his own. He led a wretched life unto himself unknown, most wretched wight, whom nothing might suffice, whose greedy lust did lacka in greatest store, whose need had end, but no end cove tice, whose wealth was want, whose plenty made him poor, who had enough, yet wished ever more. A vile disease, and eke in foot and hand, a grievous gout tormented him full sore, that well he could not touch, nor go, nor stand. Such one was avarice, the fourth of this fair band, and next to him malicious envy rode, upon a ravenous wolf, and still did chaw, between his cankred teeth of a mouse toad, that all the poison ran about his jaw. But inwardly he chawed his own maw, at neighbours' wealth, that made him ever sad. For death it was when any good he saw, and wept, that cause of weeping none he had. But when he heard of harm, he waxed wondrous glad. All in a kirtle of discoloured say, he clothed was, painted full of eyes, and in his bosom secretly there lay an hateful snake, the which his tail upties in many folds, and mortal sting implies. Still as he rode, he gnashed his teeth, to see those heaps of gold with gripple coveties, and grudged at the great felicity of proud Lucifera, and his own company. He hated all good works and virtuous deeds, and him no less, that any like did use, and who with gracious bread the hungry feeds. His almas for want of faith he doth accuse, so every good to bad he doth abuse. And eke the verse of famous poets' wit, he does backbite, and spiteful poison spurs from leprous mouth on all that ever writ. Such one vile envy was, that fifth in row did sit, and him beside rides fierce revenging wrath upon a lion, loath for to be led, and in his hand a burning brand he hath, the which he brandisheth about his head. His eyes did hurl forth sparkles fiery red, and stared stern on all that him beheld, as ashes pale of hue and seeming dead, and on his dagger still his hand he held, trembling through hasty rage, when choler in him swelled. His roughen raiment all was stained with blood, which he had spilt, and all to rags yerent, through unadvised rashness woxen wood, for of his hands he had no government on, any carty for bloud in his avengement. But when the furious fit was overpast, his cruel facts he often would repent, yet wilful man he never would forecast how many mischiefs should ensue his heedles hast. Full many mischiefs follow cruel wrath, abhorred bloodshed and tumultuous strife, unmanly murder, and unthrifty scathe, bitter despite, with rancor's rusty knife, and fretting grief the enemy of life. All these, and many evils mow haunt ire, the swelling spleen, and frenzy raging rife, the shaking palsy, and Saint Frances fire. Such one was wrath, the last of this ungodly tire. And after all, upon the wagon beam rode Sathan, with the smarting whip in hand, with which he forward lashed the lazy team. So oft as sloth still in the mire did stand, few routs of people did about them band, shouting for joy, and still before their way a foggy mist had covered all the land, and underneath their feet, all scattered lay dead skulls and bones of men, whose life had gone astray. So forth they merkin in this goodly sort, to take the solace of the open air, and in fresh flowering fields themselves to sport. Amongst the rest rode that false lady fair, the foule d'Oissac, next unto the chair of proud Lucifera, as one of the train. But that good knight would not so nigh repair himself estranging from their joyance vain, whose fellowship seemed far unfit for warlike swain. So having solaced themselves a space with pleasance of the breathing fields ift, they back returned to the princely place, whereas an errant knight in armesicled, and heathenish shield, wherein with letters red was writ Sen's joy, they knew arrived find, and flammed with fury and fear's hardy head. He seemed in heart to harbour thoughts unkind, and nourish bloody vengeance in his bitter mind. Who when the shamed shield of slain Sansfoy, he spied with that same Faerie champion's page, bewraying him, that did of late destroy his eldest brother, burning all with rage. He to him leapt, and that same envious gage of victor's glory from him snatched away. But elfin knight, which ought that warlike wage, disdained to lose the meed he won in fray, and him rencontring fierce, rescued the noble prey. Therewith they gan to hurtlen greedily, redoubt bataille ready to darraign, and clash their shields, and shake their swords on high, that with their stir they troubled all the train, till that great queen upon eternal pain of high displeasure that in so and might, undayed them their fury to refrain. And if that either to that shield had right, in equal lists they should the morrow next it fight. Ah dearest dame, quoth then the Paynim bold, pardon the error of enraged wight, whom great grief made forget the reins to hold of reason's rule, to see this recreant knight. No knight, but treacher full of false despite, and shameful treason, who through guile hath slain the prowest knight that ever field did fight. Even stout Sansfoy, oh who can then refrain, whose shield he bears renversed, the more to heap disdain, and to augment the glory of his guile. His dearest love, the fair Fidesa, Lou, is there possessed of the traitor vile, who reaps the harvest sown by his foe, sown in bloody field, and bought with woe. That brother's hand shall dearly well requited. So be, O queen, you equal favour show him. Little answered angry elfin knight. He never meant with words, but swords to plead his, but threw his gauntlet as a sacred pledge. his cause in combat the next day to try. So bin they parted both, with hearts on edge, to be avenged each on his enemy. That night they paw in joy and jollity, feasting and courting both in bower and hall. For steward was excessive gluttony, that of his plenty poured forth to all, which done, the chamberlain sloth did to rest them call. Now when as darksome night had all displayed her cola black a curtain over brightest sky, the warlike youths on dainty couches laid, did chase away sweet sleep from sluggish eye, to muse on means of hoped victory. But when as Morpheus had with leaden mace arrested all that courtly company, up rose Duasa from her resting place, and to the Paynim's lodging comes with silent pace, whom broad awake she finds, in troublous fit, forecasting, how his foe he might annoy, and him amaze with speeches seeming fit. Ah dear sans joy, next dearest to sans foy, cause of my new grief, cause of my new joy, joyous, to see his image in mine eye, and grieved to think he how foe did him destroy. That was the flower of grace and chivalry. Lo his fidesa to thy secret faith I fly, with gentle words he can her fairly greet, and bade say on the secret of her heart. Then sighing soft, I learn that little sweet oft tempred is, quoth she, with much else mart. For since my breast was launched with lovely dart of dear sans foy, I never joyed har, but in eternal woes my weaker heart have wasted, loving him with all my power, and for his sake have felt full many and heavy store. At last when perils all I weened past, and hopped to reap the crop of all my care, into new woes unweeting I was cast, by this false fater, who unworthy wear his worthy shield, whom he with guileful snare entrapped slew, and brought to shameful grave. Me silly made away with him he bare, and ever since hath kept in darksome cave. For that I would not yield, that to sans foy I gave. But since fair sun hath dispersed that lowering cloud, and to my loathed life now shews some light, under your beams I will me safely shroud, from dreaded storm of his disdainful spite. To you inheritance belongs by right, of brother's praise, to you eke longs his love. Let not his love, let not his restless sprite, be unrevenged, that cayes to you above, from wandering Stygian shores, where it doth endlessly move. Thereto said he, fair dame, be not dismayed, for sorrows past, their grief is with them gone. Any yet of present peril be afraid, for needlessly fear did never vantage none, and helpless hap it with not to moan. Dead is sans foy, his vital pains are past, though grieved ghost for vengeance deep do groan. He lives, that shall him pay his duties last, and guilty elfin blood shall sacrifice in hast. Oh but I fear the fickle freaks, quoth she, of fortune false, and oddies of armes in field. Why dame, quoth he, what oddies can ever be, where both do fight alike, to win or yield? Yet but, quoth she, he bears a charmed shield, and eke enchanted armes, that none can pierce, any none can wound the man that does them wield. Charmed or enchanted, answered he then first, I know wit rag, any you the like need to rehearse. But fair Fidesa, Scythian's fortune's guile, or enemy's power, hath now captived you. Return from whence ye came, and rest a while, till morrow next, that I the elfie subdue, and with sans foy's dead dowry you endue. I me, that is a double death, she said, with proud foes sight my sorrow to renew. Wherever yet I be, my secret aid shall follow you. So passing forth she him obeyed. Canto 5. The faithful knight in equal field subdues his faithless foe, whom false Duasa saves, and for his cure to hell does go. The noble heart, that harbours virtuous thought, and is with child of glorious great intent, can never rest, until it forth have brought eternal brood of glory excellent. Such restless passion did all night torment the flaming courage of that faerie knight, devising, how that doughty tournament with greatest honour he achieven might. Still did he wake, and still did watch for dawning light. At last the golden Orion tall gate of greatest heaven gan to open fair, and Phoebus fresh, as bridegroom to his mate, came dancing forth, shaking his dirty hair, and hurls his glistering beams through gloomy air. Which when the wakeful elfie perceived straightway he started up, and did himself prepare in sun-bright armes, and battailous array. For with that pagan proud he combat will that day. And forth he comes into the commune hall, where early wait him many a gazing eye, to weet what end to stronger knights may fall. There many minstrels make in melody, to drive away the dull melancholy, and many bards, that to the trembling chord can tune their timely voices cunningly, and many chroniclers that can record old loves, and wars for ladies done by many a lord. Soon after comes the cruel Saracen, in woven mail all armed warily, and sternly looks at him, who not a pin does care for look of living creatures I. They bring them wines of Greece and Araby, and dainty spices fetched from furthest Y&D, to kindle heat of courage privily, and in the wine a solemn oath they bind. T observe the sacred laws of Armes, that are ascend. At last forth comes that far-renowned queen, with royal pomp and princely majesty. She is brought unto a paled green, and placed under stately canopy, the warlike feats of both those knights to see. On th other side in all men's open view, Duisa placed is, and on a tree, sans foy his shield is hanged with bloody hue. Both those the laurel girl-ons to the victor do. A shrilling trumpet sounded from on high, and unto battail bade themselves address Essie. Their shining shields about their rests they tie, and burning blades about their heads do bless. The instruments of wrath in heaven Essie, with greedy force each other doth assail, and strike so fiercely, that they do impress deep dinted furrows in the battered mail. The Urin walls toward their blows are weak and frily. The Saracen was stout, and wondrous strong, and heaped blows like Urin hammers great. For after bloud and vengeance he did long. The knight was fierce, and full of youthly heat, and doubled strokes, like dreaded thunder's threat. For all for praise and honor he did fight. Both stricken strike, and beaten both do beat. That from their shields forth flieth fiery light, and helmets hue and deep show marks of either's might. So one for wrong, the other strives for right. As when a griffon seized of his prey, a dragon fears in contrath in his flight, through widest air making his idle way, that would his right full ravine rend away. With hideous horror both together smite, and souse so sore that they the heavens affray. The wise soothsayer seeing so sad sight, amazed vulgar telephones of wars and mortal fight. So one for wrong, the other strives for right, and each to deadly shame would drive his foe. The cruel steel so greedily doth bite, in tender flesh that streams of blood down flow, with which the Armes, that erst so bright did show, into a pure vermilion now are dyed. Great ruth in all the gazers' hearts did grow, seeing the gored wounds to gape so wid, that victory they dare not wish to either side. At last the Paynim shuns to cast his sudden eye, flaming with wrathful fire, upon his brother's shield, which hung thereby. Therewith redoubled was his raging year, and said, "A wretched son of woeful sire, doest thou sit wailing by black Stygian lake, whilst here thy shield is hanged for victor's hire, and sluggish German doest thy forces slake, to after send his foe, that him may overtake? Go caitiff Elfie, him quickly overtake, and soon redeem from his long wandering woe. Go guilty ghost, to him my message make, that I his shield have quit from dying foe." Therewith upon his crest he stroke him so, that twice he reeled, ready twice to fall. End of the doubtful battle deemed though. The lookers on, and load to him gan call, "The false Duisa, thine the shield, and I, and all." Soon as the fairy heard his lady speak, out of his swooning dream he gan awake, and quickening faith, that erst was woxen weak, the creeping deadly cold away did shake. Though moved with wrath and shame and lady's sake, of all attends he cast a veng to be, and with so exceeding fury at him strake, that forced him to stoop upon his knee. Had he not stooped so, he should have cloven be. And to him said, "Go now proud miscreant, thyself thy message do to German dear. Alone he wandering thee too long doth want. Go say, his foe thy shield with his doth bear." There with his heavy hand he high gan rear him to have slain, when lo a darksome cloud upon him fell, he nowhere doth appear, but vanished is. The Elfie him calls aloud, but answer none receives, the darkness him does shroud. In haste Duisa from her place arose, and to him running said, "O prowest knight, that ever lady to her love did chose, let now abate the terror of your might, and quench the flame of furious despite, and bloody vengeance, lo th infernal powers, covering your foe with cloud of deadly night, have borne him hence to Pluto's baleful bars. The conquest yours, I yours, the shield, the glory yours." Not all so satisfied, with greedy eye, he sought all round about, his thirsty blade, to bath in blood of faithless enemy, who all that while lay hid in secret shade. He stands amazed, how he thence should fade. At last the trumpets triumph sound on high, and running heralds humble homage made, greeting him goodly with new victory, and to him brought the shield, the cause of enmity, wherewith he goeth to that sovereign queen, and falling her before on lowly knee, to her makes present of his service seen, which she accepts with thanks and goodly gree, greatly advancing his gay chivalry. So marcate home, and by her takes the knight, whom all the people follow with great glee, shouting, and clapping all their hands on height, that all the air it fills, and flies to heaven bright. Home is he brought, and laid in sumptuous bed, where many skilful leeches him abide, to salve his hurts, that yet still freshly bled. In wine and oil they wash his wounds wide, and softly can embalm on every side. And all the while, most heavenly melody, about the bed sweet music did divide, him to beguile of grief and agony. And all the while Duasa wept full bitterly, as when a weary traveller that strays by muddy shore of broad seven-mouthed Nile, unweeting of the perilous wandering ways, doth meet a cruel crafty crocodile, which in false grief hiding his harmful guile, doth weep full sore, and sheddeth tender tears. The foolish man, that pities all this while, his mournful plight, is swallowed up unawares, forgetful of his own, that mindies another's cares. So wept Duasa until eventide, that shining lamps in Jove's high house were light. Then forth she rose, any languor would abide, but comes unto the place, where hath a night, in slumbering swound nigh void of vital sprite, lay covered with enchant cloud all day, whom when she found, as she him left in plight, to wail his woeful case she would not stay, but to the eastern coast of heaven makes speedy way, where grisly night, with visage deadly sad, that Phoebus' cheerful face durst never view, and in a foulée black a pitchy mantle clad, she finds forth coming from her darksome mew, where she all day did hide her hated hue. Before the dory her yearn chariot stood, already harnessed for journey new, and cola blacka steeds aborn of hellish brood, that on their rusty bits did champ, as they were wood. Who when she saw Duasa sunny bright, adorned with gold and jewels shining clear, she greatly grew amazed at the sight, and unacquainted light began to fear, for never did such brightness there appear, and would have back retired to her cave, until the witch's speech she gan to hear, saying, Yet, O thou dreaded dame, I crave, abide, till I have told the message which I have. She stayed, and forth Duasa gan proceed. O thou most ancient grandmother of all, more old than Jove, whom thou at first didst breed, or that great house of gods celestial, which wast begot in Demogorgon's hall, and saw'st the secrets of the world unmade, why sufferedst thou thy nephews dear to fall, with elfin sword, most shamefully betrayed? Lo where the stout sand's joy doth sleep in deadly shade, and him before, I saw with bitter eyes, the bold Sansfoy shrinky underneath his spear, and now the prey of fowls in field he lies, nor wailed of friends, nor laid on groaning bier, that whilome was to me too dearly dear. Oh what of gods then boots it to be born, if old Avogul's son so evil here? Or who shall not great knight's children scorn, when 2 of 3 her nephews are so foul forlorn? Up then, up dreary dame, of darkness queen, go gather up the relics of thy race, or else go them avenge, and let be seen, that dreaded night in brightest day hath place, and can the children of fair light deface? Her feeling speeches some compassion moved in heart, and change in that great mother's face, yet pity in her heart was never proved, till then, for evermore she hated, never loved, and said, Dear daughter rightly may I rue the fall of famous children born of me, and good successes, which their foes insow. But who can turn the stream of destiny, or break the chain of strong necessity, which fast is tied to Jove's eternal seat? The sons of day he favoureth, I see, and by my ruines thinks to make them great. To make one great by others' loss, is bad excha. Yet shall they not escape so freely all, for some shall pay the price of others' guilt, and he the man that made Sansfoy to fall, shall with his own blood price that he has spilt. But what art thou, that tell'st of nephews kilt? I that do see me not I, Duasa am. Quoth she, however now in garments gilt, and gorgeous gold arrayed I to thee came. Duasa I, the daughter of deceit and shame. Then bowing down her aged back, she kissed the wicked witch, saying, in that fair face, the false resemblance of deceit I wist, did closely lurk, yet so true seeming grace, it carried, that I scarce in darksome place, could it discern, though I the mother be, of falsehood, and root of Duasa's race. O welcome child, whom I have longed to see, and now have seen unwares. Lo now I go with thee. Then to her yearn wagon she betakes, and with her bears the foul well favoured witch, through mirksome air her ready way she makes. Her twifold team, of which 2 blacka as pitch, and 2 were brown, yet each to each unlick, did softly swim away, any ever stamp, unless she shuns their stub-born mouths to twitch. Then foaming tar, their bridles they would champ, and trampling the fine element would fiercely ramp. So well they sped, that they become at length unto the place, whereas the Paynim lay, devoid of outward sense, and native strength, covered with charmed cloud from view of day, and sight of men, since his late luckless fray, his cruel wounds with cruddy blood congealed, they binden up so wisely, as they may, and handle softly, till they can be healed. So lay him in her chariot close in night concealed. And all the while she stood upon the ground. The wakeful dogs did never cease to bay, as giving warning of th unwonted sound, with which her iron wheels did them affray. And her dark grisly look them much dismay. The messenger of death, the ghastly owl, with dreary shrieks did also her bewray. And hungry wolves continually did howl at her abhorred face, so filthy and so foul. Thence turning back in silence soft they stole, and brought the heavy course with easy pace to yawning gulf of deep Avernus hole. By that same hole an entrance dark and base, with smoke and sulphur hiding all the place, descends to hell. Their creature never passed, that back returned without heavenly grace, but dreadful furies which their shens have brast, and damned sprites sent forth to make ill men aghast. By that same way the direful dames do drive their mournful chariot, filled with rusty blood, and down to Pluto's house are come belive, which passing through, on every side them stood the trembling ghosts with sad amazed mood, chattering their urine teeth, and staring wide with stony eyes, and all the hellish brood of fiends infernal flocked on every side to gaze on earthly wight that with the night durst ride. They paw the bitter waves of Acheron, where many souls sit wailing woefully, and come to fiery flood of Phlegeton, whereas the damned ghosts in torments fry, and with sharp shrilling shrieks do boodles cry, cursing high Jove, the which them thither sent. The house of endless pain is built thereby, in which 10,000 sorts of punishment the cursed creatures do eternally torment. Before the threshold dreadful Cerberus his 3 deformed heads did lay along, curled with 1,000 adders venomous, and lealed forth his bloody flaming tongue. At them he gan to rear his bristles strong, and Felinar, until day's enemy did him appease, then down his tail he hung, and suffered them to passen quietly. For she in hell and heaven had power equally. There was Ixion turned on a wheelie, for daring tempt the queen of heaven to sin. And Sisyphus an huge round stone did reel against an hill, and he might from labour lin. There thirsty Tantalus hung by the chin, and Titius fed a vulture on his maw. Typhoeus' joints were stretched on a gin. Theseus condemned to endless sloth by law, and 50 sisters water in league vessels draw. They all beholding worldly wights in place, leave off their worka, unmindful of their smart, to gaze on them, who forth by them do pace, till they become unto the furthest part, where was a cave wrought by wondrous art, deep, dark, uneasy, doleful, comfortals, in which sat Aesculapius for a part. Imprisoned was in Shen's remedy less, for that Hippolytus rent course he did redress. Hippolytus a jolly huntsman was, that wont in chariot chase the foaming boar. He all his peers in beauty did surpass, but ladies' love as loss of time forbore. His wanton stepdame loved him the more, but when she saw her offered sweets refused, her love she turned to hate, and him before his father fierce of treason false accused, and with her jealous terms his open ears abused, who all in rage his sea-god sire besought some cursed vengeance on his son to cast. From surging gulf 2 monsters straight were brought, with dread whereof his chasing steeds aghast, both chariot swift and huntsman overcast. His goodly core on ragged cliffs errant was quite dismembered, and his members chossed, scattered on every mountain, as he went. That of Hippolytus was left no monument. His cruel stepdame seeing what was done, her wicked days with wretched knife did end, in death avowing th innocence of her son. Which hearing, his rash sire began to rend his hair, and hasty tongue that did offend, though gathering up the relics of his smart, by Dian's means, who was Hippolyte's friend, them brought to Aesculape, that by his art did heal them all again, and joined every part. Such wondrous science in man's wit to reign, when Jove avised, that could the dead revive, and fates expired could renew again. Of endless life he might him not deprive, but unto hell did thrust him down alive, with flashing thunderbolt wounded sore, where long remaining, he did always strive himself he with salves to health for to restore, and slake the heavenly fire, that raged evermore. Their ancient night arriving, did alight from her nigh weary wain, and in her armess to Aesculapius brought the wounded knight, whom having softly disarrayed of armess, though gan to him discover all his harms, beseeching him with prayer, and with praise, if either salves, or oils, or herbs, or charms, affordin white from dory of death mote raise, he would at her request prolong her nephew's days. Ah dame, quoth he, thou temptest me in vain to dare the thing, which daily yet I rue, and the old cause of my continued pain, with like attempt to like end to renew, is not enough, that thrust from heaven due. Here endless penance for one fault I pay, but that redoubled crime with vengeance new, thou biddest me to eke? Can night defray? The wrath of thundering Jove that rules both night and day? Not so, quoth she, but sith that heaven's king from hope of heaven hath the excluded quigged. Why fearest thou, that canst not hope for thing? And fearest not, that more thee hurten might? Now in the power of everlasting night? Go to then, O thou for renowned son of great Apollo, shew thy famous might in medicine, that else hath to thee won great pains, and greater praise, both never to be done. Her words prevailed, and then the learned leech his cunning hand gan to his wounds to lay, and all things else, the which his art did teach. Which having seen, from thence arose away the mother of dread darkness, and let stay Avogel son there in the leech's cure, and back returning took her wonted way to run her timely race, whilst Phoebus pure in western waves his weary wagon did recure. The false Duasa leaving Noyu's night, returned to stately palace of Dame Pride, where when she came, she found the Faerie knight departed thence, all but his wounds wide, not throughly healed, unready were to ride. Good cause he had to hasten thence away, for on a day his wary dwarf had spied, where in a donjon deep huge numbers lay of caitiff wretched thralls, that wailed night and day. A rueful sight, as could be seen with EIE, of whom he learned had in secret wise the hidden cause of their captivity, how mortgaging their lives to covetise, through wastful pride and wanton rioties, they were by law of that proud tyrannus provoked with wrath, and envy's false surmise, condemned to that donjon mercilessly, where they should live in woe, and die in wretchedness. There was that great proud king of Babylon, that would compel all nations to adore, and him as only God to call upon, till through celestial doom thrown out of Dory, into an ox he was transformed of yore. There also was King Croesus, that enhanced his heart too high through his great riches store, and proud Antiochus, the which advanced his cursed hand gainst God and on his altars danced. And them long time before, great Nimrod was, that first the world with sword and fire warrayed, and after him old Ninus for did paw, in princely pompa, of all the world obeyed. There also was that mighty monarch laid low under all, yet above all in pride, that name of native sire did foul upbraid, and would as Ammon's son be magnified, till scorned of God and man a shameful death he died. All these together in one heap were thrown, like carcasses of beasts in butcher's stall, and in another corner wide were strown the antique ruins of the Romanes' fall. Great Romulus the grandsire of them all, proud Tarquin, and two lordly Lentulus, stout Scipio, and stub-born Hannibal, ambitious Sylla, and stern Marius, high Caesar, great Pompey, and fierce Antonius. Amongst these mighty men were women mixed, proud women, vain, forgetful of their yoke. The bold Semiramis, whose sides transfixed with Son's own blade, her foul reproaches spoke. Fair Sthenoboe, that herself did choke with wilful cord, for wanting of her will. High-minded Cleopatra, that with stroke of Aspie's sting herself did stoutly kill. And thousands mo the like, that did that donjon fill. Besides the endless routs of wretched thralls, which thither were assembled day by day, from all the world after their woeful phallus, through wicked pride, and wasted wealth's decay. But most of all, which in the donjon lay, fell from high princes' courts, or ladies' bars, where they in idle pompa, or wanton play, consumed had their goods, and thriftles hars, and lastly thrown themselves into these heavy stores, whose case when as the careful dwarf had told, and made ensample of their mournful sight, unto his maester, he no longer would there dwell in peril of like painful plight, but early rose, and ere that dawning light discovered had the world to heaven wid, he by a privy postern took his flight, that of no envious eyes he mote be spid. For Dowdall's death ensued, if any him descried, scarce could he footing find in that foul way, for many courses, like a great lay stall of murdered men which therein strode lay, without remorse, or decent funeral, which all through that great princess pride did fall, and came to shameful end. And them beside, forth riding underneath the castle wall, a dunghill of dead carcasses he spied, the dreadful spectacle of that sad house of pride. Canto 6. From lawlessy lust by wondrous grace, fair Una is released, whom salvage nation does adore, and learns her wise behest, as when a ship, that flies fair under sail, an hidden rock escaped hath unwares, that lay in wait her wrack for to bewail. The mariner yet half amazed stares at peril past, and yet in doubt any dares to joy at his full happy oversight. So doubly is dist twixt joy and cares, the dreadless courage of this elfin knight, having escaped so sad ensamples in his sight. Yet sad he was that his too hasty speed the fair Duas had forced him leave behind, and yet more sad, that Una his dear dreed. Her truth had stained with treason so unkind. Yet crime in her could never creature find. But for his love, and for her own self sake, she wandered had from one to other and him for to seek, and he ever would forsake. Till her unwares the fierce Sansloy did overtake. Who, after Archimago's foul defeat, led her away into a forest wild, and turning wrathful fire to lustful heat, with beastly sin thought her to have Defilda, and made the vassal of his pleasures wild. Yet first he cast by treaty, and by trains, her to persuade that stub-born fort to Hilda. For greater conquest of hard love he gains, that works it to his will, than he that it constrains. With fawning words he courted her a while, and looking lovely, and oft sighing sore, her constant heart did tempt with diverse guile. But words and looks, and sighs she did abhor, as rock of diamond steadfast evermore. Yet for to feed his fury lustful eye, he snatched the veil that hung her face before. Then gan her beauty shine, as brightest sky, and burnt his beastly heart to force her chastity. So when he saw his flattering arts to fail, and subtle engines bet from battery, with greedy force he gan the fort assail, whereof he weened possessed soon to be, and with rich spoil of ransacked chastity. Ah heavens! That do this hideous act behold, and heavenly virgin thus outraged see. How can ye vengeance just so long withhold, and hurl not flashing flames upon that Paynim bold? The piteous maiden careful comfortals does throw out thrilling shrieks, and shrieking cries, the last vain help of women's great distress, and with loud plaints importuneth the skies, that molten stars do drop like weeping eyes, and Phoebus flying so most shameful sight, his blushing face in foggy cloud implies, and hides for her shame. What wit of mortal wight can now devise to quit a thrall from such a plight? Eternal providence exceeding thought, where none appears can make hers elfie away. A wondrous way it for this lady wrought, from lion's claws to pluck the griped prey. Her shrill outcries and shrieks so loud did bray, that all the woods and forests did resound. A troop of fawns and satyrs far away, within the wood were dancing in a round, whiles old Sylvanus slept in shady arbor sound, who when they heard that piteous strained voice, in haste forsook their rural merriment, and ran towards the far rebounded noise, to weet, what wight so loudly did lament. Unto the place they come incontinent, whom when the raging Saracen espied, a rude, misshapen, monstrous rabblement, whose like he never saw, he durst not bide, but got his ready steed, and fast away gan ride. The wildwood gods arrived in the place, there find the virgin doleful desolate, with ruffled raiments, and fair blood-bred face, as her outrageous foe had left her late, and trembling yet through fear of former hate. All stand amazed at so uncouth sight, and gin to pity her unhappy state. All stand astonied at her beauty bright, in their rude eyes unworthy of so woeful plight. She more amazed, in double dread doth dwell, and every tender part for fear doth shake, as when a greedy wolf, through hunger fell, a seely lamb from the flock does take, of whom he means his bloody feast to make. A lion spies fast running towards him, the innocent prey in hast he does forsake, which quit from death yet quakes in every limb, with change of fear, to see the lion look so grim. Such fearful fit said her trembling heart, any word to speak, any joint to move she had. The salvage nation feel her secret smart, and read her sorrow in her countenance sad. Their frowning foreheads with rough horns clad, and rustic horror all aside do lay, and gently grinning, show a semblance glad, to comfort her, and fear to put away. Their backward bent knees teach her humbly to obey. The doubtful damsel dare not yet commit her single person to their barbarous truth, but still twixt fear and hope amazed does sit. Late learned what harm to hasty trust and so th. They in compassion of her tender youth, and wonder of her beauty sovereign, are one with pity and unwonted ruth, and all prostrate upon the lowly plain, do kiss her feet, and fawn on her with countenance fain. Their hearts she guesseth by their humble guise, and yields her to extremity of time. So from the ground she full doth arise, and walketh forth without suspect of crime. They all as glad, as birds of joyous prime, thence lead her forth, about her dancing round, shouting, and singing all a shepherd's ream, and with green bronze chs strowing all the ground, do worship her, as queen, with olive girland crowned. And all the way their merry pipes they sound, that all the woods with doubled echo ring, and with their horned feet do wear the ground, leaping like wanton kids in pleasant spring. So towards old Sylvanus they her bring, who within was awaked cometh out, to weet the cause, his weak steps governing, and aged limbs on cypress staddle stout, and with an ivy twine his wast is girt about. Far off he wonders, what them makes so glad, or Bacchus' merry fruit they did invent, or Cybele's frantic rites have made them mad. They drawing nigh, unto their God present. That flower of faith and beauty excellent. The God himself viewing that hour rare, stood long amazed, and burnt in his intent. His own fair dry oak now he thinks not fair, and full foul when her to this he doth compare. The wood-born people fall before her flat, and worship her as goddess of the wood. And old Sylvanus' self bethinks not, what to think he of wight so fair, but gazing stood, in doubt to deem her born of earthly brood. Sometimes Dame Venus' self he seems to see, but Venus never had so sober mood. Sometimes Diana he her takes to be, but misseth bow and shafts and buskins to her knee. By view of her he geneth to revive his ancient love, and dearest Cyparis, and Caius to mind his portraiture alive. How fair he was, and yet not fair to this, and how he slew with glancing dart a gentle hind, the which the lovely boy did love as life, above all worldly bliss. For grief whereof the lad and old after joy, but pynd away in anguish and self-wild annoy. The woody nymphs, fair hamadryads, her to behold do thither run apace, and all the troop of light-foot naiads flock all about to see her lovely face. But when they viewed have her heavenly grace, they envy her in their malicious mind, and fly away for fear of foul disgrace. But all the satyrs scorn their witty kind, and henceforth nothing fair but her on earth they find. Glad of such luck, the luckless lucky maid did her content to please their feeble eyes, and long time with that salvage people stayed, to gather breath in many miseries, during which time her gentle wit she plies, to teach them truth, which worshipped her in vain, and made her image of idolatries. But when their boodle's zeal she did restrain, from her own worship, they her as would worship fain. It fortuned a noble warlike knight, by just occasion to that forest came, to seek his kindred, and the lineage right, from whence he took his well-deserved name. He had in armes abroad won much fame, and filled far lands with glory of his might. Plain, faithful, true, an enemy of shame, and ever loved to fight for ladies' right. But in vain glorious phrase he little did delight. A satyr's son born in forest wild, by strange adventure as it did bidded, and there begotten of a lady Myld, fair Theumes the daughter of Labrid, that was in sacred bands of wedlock tied to Therion, a loose unruly swain, who had more joy to range the forest with, and chase the salvage beast with bussy pain, then serve his lady's love, and wast in pleasure's vain. The forlorn maid did with love's longing burn, and could not lack a her lover's company, but to the wood she goes, to serve her turn, and seek her spouse that from her still does fly, and follows other game and venery. A satyr shunned her wandering for to find a, and made her person thrall unto his beastly kind. So long in secret cabin there he held, then home he suffered her for to retire, for ransom leaving him the late-born child, whom till to riper years he gan aspire. He now sled up in life and manners wild, amongst wild beasts and woods, from laws of men exilda. For all he taught the tender YMP, was but to banish cowardice and bastard fear. His trembling hand he would him force to put upon the lion and the rugged bear, and from the sheep-ears teats her whelps to tear, and equalled roaring bulls he would him make to tame, and ride their bacchus not made to bear, and the roebucks in flight to overtake, that every beast for fear of him did fly and quake. Thereby so full ussy, and so fell he grew, that his own sire and master of his guise did often tremble at his horrid view, and oft for dread of hurt would him advise the angry beasts not rashly to despise, nor too much to provoke, for he would learn the lion stoop to him in lowly wise, a lesson hard, and make the libbard stern leave roaring, when in rage he for revenge did earn, and for to make his power approved more, wild beasts in year and yokes he would compel, the spotted panther, and the tusked boar, the partle swift, and the tigre cruel, the antelope, and wolf both fierce and fell, and them constrain an equal team to draw. Such joy he had, their stub-born hearts to quell, and sturdy courage tame with dreadful awe, that his behest they feared, as a tyrant's law. His loving mother came upon a day unto the woods, to see her little son, and shunned unwares to meet him in the way, after his sports, and cruel pastime done, when after him a lioness did run, that roaring all with rage, did load requira her children dear, whom he away had won. The lion whelps she saw how he did bear, and lull in rugged armes, withouten childish fear. The fearful dame all quaked at the sight, and turning back, gan fast to fly away, until with love revoked from vain affright, she hardly yet persuaded was to stay, and then to him these womanish words gan say, Ah Sadirane, my dearling and my joy, for love of me leave off this dreadful play, to dally thus with death is no fit toy. Go find some other playfellows, mine own sweet boy. In these and like delights of blouty game, He trained was, till riper years he rout. And there abode, whilst any beast of name wat in that forest, whom he had not taught to fear his force, and then his courage hot. Desired of foreign foemen to be known, and far abroad for strong adventures sought, in which his might was never overthrown. But through all faery London his famous worth was blown. Yet evermore it was his manner fair, after long labours and adventures spent, unto those native woods for to repair, to see his sire and offspring ancient. And now he thither came for like intent, where he unwares the fairest Una found, strange lady, in so strange habiliment, teaching the satyrs, which her sat around, true sacred lore, which from her sweet lips did redound. He wondered at her wisdom heavenly rare, whose like in women's wit he never knew, and when her courteous deeds he did compare, gan her admire, and her sad sorrows rue, blaming of fortune, which such troubles threw, and joyed to make proof of her cruelty, on gentle dame so hurdles and so true. Thenceforth he kept her goodly company, and learned her discipline of faith and verity. But she all vowed unto the Red Cross Knight, his wandering peril closely did lament, any in this new acquaintance could delight, but her dear heart with anguish did torment, and all her wit in secret counsels spent, how to escape. At last in privy wise, to Sadirane she shewed her intent, who glad to gain such favour, gan devise, how with that pensive maid he best might thence arise. So on a day when satyrs all were gone, to do their service to Sylvanus old, the gentle virgin left behind alone, he led away with courage stout and bold. Too late it was, to satyrs to be told, or ever hope recover her again. In vain he seeks that having cannot hold. So fast he carried her with careful pain, that they the woods are past, and come now to the plain. The better part now of the lingering day, they travelled had, when as they for espied a weary wight wandering by the way, and towards him they gan in haste to ride, to weet of news, that did abroad betide, or tidings of her Knight of the Red Cross. But he them spying, gan to turn aside, for fear as seemed, or for some feigned loss. More greedy they of news, fast towards him do cross. A silly man, in simple weeds foreworn, and soiled with dust of the long dried way. His sandals were with toilsome travel torna, and face all tanned with scorching sunny ray, as he had travelled many a summer's day, through boiling sands of Araby inland, and in his hand a Jacob's staff, to stay his weary limbs upon, and eke behind his scrip did hang, in which his needments he did bind. The night approaching nigh, of him inquired tidings of war, and of adventures new. But wars, nor new adventures none he heard. Then Una gan to ask, if aught he knew, or heard abroad of that her champion true, that in his armour bare a crosslet red. I me, dear dame, quoth he, well may I rue, to tell the sad sight which mine eyes have read. These eyes did see that night both living and eke dead. That cruel word her tender heart so thrilled, that sudden cold did run through every vein, and stony horror all her senses filled. With dying fit, that down she fell for pain. The knight her lightly reared up again, and comforted with courteous kind relief. Then, won from death, she bade him tell in plain the further process of her hidden grief. The lesser pangs can bear, who hath injured the chief. Then gan the pilgrim thus, I shan't this day, this fatal day, that shall I ever rue, to see two knights in travel on my way. A sorry sight, erung D in Batel new, both breathing vengeance, both of wrathful hue. My fearful flesh did tremble at their strife, to see their blades so greedily imbrue, that drunk with blood, yet thirsted after life. What more? The Red Cross Knight was slain with Paynim knife. Ah dearest lord, quoth she, how might that be? And he the stoutest knight, that ever won? Ah dearest dame, quoth he, how might I see the thing, that might not be, and yet was done? Where is, said Sadirane, that Paynim son, that him of life, and us of joy hath reft? Not far away, quoth he hence doth one. For by a fountain, where I laid him left, washing his bloody wounds, that through the steel were cleft. Therewith the knight thence marched forth in hast, while Una with huge heaviness oppressed, could not for sorrow follow him so fast. And soon he came, as he the place had guessed, whereas that pagan proud himself did rest, in secret shadow by a fountain side. Even he it was, that erst would have suppressed fair Una, whom when Sadirane espied, with foul reproachful words he boldly him defied, and said, Arise thou cursed miscreant, that hast with Nidal's guile and treacherous train, fair knighthood foully shamed, and doest vaunt that good knight of the Red Cross to have slain. Arise, and with like treason now maintain thy guilty wrong, or else thee guilty yield. The Saracen this hearing, rose amain, And catching up in hast his 3 square shield, and shining helmet, soon him buckled to the field. And drawing nigh him said, Ah, misborn Elfie! In evil hour thy foes thee hither sent, another's wrongs to wreak upon thyself. Yet ill thou blamest me, for having blent my name with guile and traitorous intent. That Red Cross knight, Purdy, I never slew. But had he been, where erst his arms were lent, enchanter vain his error should not rue. But thou his error shalt, I hope, now proven true. Therewith they gan, both furious and fell, to thunder blows, and fiercely to assail each other bent his enemy to quell. That with their force they pierced both plate and mail, and made wide furrows in their fleshes fryly, that it would pity any living eie. Large floods of blood adown their sides did rail, but floods of blood could not them satisfy. Both hungered after death, both chose to win, or die. So long they fight, and fell revenge pursue, that fainting each, themselves to bray then let, and oft refreshed, battle oft renew, as when 2 boars with rankling malice met, their gory sides fresh bleeding fiercely fret, till breathless both themselves aside retire, where foaming wrath, their cruel tusks they whet, and trample earth, the whiles they may respire. Then back to fight again, new-breathed and entire. So fiercely, when these knights had breathed once, they gan to fight return, increasing more their puissant force, and cruel ragedance, with heaped strokes more hugely than before, that with their dreary wounds and bloody gore, they both deformed, scarcely could be known. By this, sad Una fraught with anguish sore, led with their noise, which through the air was thrown, arrived, wher they in earth their fruitals blood had sown, whom all so soon as that proud Saracen espied, he gan revive the memory of his lewd lusts, and late attempted sin, and left the doubtful battle hastily, to catch her, newly offered to his eie. But Sadirane with strokes him turning, stayed, and sternly bade him other business ply, then hunt the steps of pure unspotted maid. Wherewith he all enraged, these bitter speeches said. O foolish Faerie's son, what fury mad hath thee incensed, to hast thy fool fate? Were it not better I that lady had, than that thou hadst repented it too late? Most senseless man he, that himself he doth hate, to love another. Lo then for thine aid, here take thy lover's token on thy pate. So they two fight, the whiles the royal maid fled for away, of that proud Paynim sore afraid. But that false pilgrim, which that leasing told, being indeed old Archimage, did stay in secret shadow, all this to behold, and much rejoiced in their bloody fray. But when he saw the damsel pass away, he left his stunned, and her pursued apace, in hope to bring her to her last decay. But for to tell her lamentable cuss, and eke this battle's end, will need another place. Canto 7. The Red Cross Knight is captive made, by Giant proud oppressed. Prince Arthur meets with Una great, Lee with those news dist rest. What man so wise, what earthly wit so ware, as to descry the crafty cunning train, by which deceit doth mask and visor fair, and cast her colours dyed deep in grain, to see me like truth, whose shape she well can feign, and fitting gestures to her purpose frame, the guiltless man with guile to entertain? Great maestress of her art was that false dame, the false Duisa, cloaked with Fide's name, who when returning from the dreary night, she found not in that perilous house of pride, where she had left the noble Red Cross Knight her hoped prey, she would no longer bide, but forth she went, to seek him far and wide. Ere long she found, whereas he weary sate, to rest himself, for by a fountain side, disarmed all of Urincot plate, and by his side his steed the grassy forage ate. He feeds upon the cooling shade, and bays his sweaty forehead in the breathing wind, which through the trembling leaves full gently plays, wherein the shareful birds of sundry kind do chaunt sweet music, to delight his mind. The which approaching gan him fairly greet, and with reproach of carelessness unkind, upbraid, for leaving her in place unmeet, with foul words tempering fair, sour gall with honey sweet. Unkindness past, they gan of solace treat, and bathe in pleasaunce of the joyous shade, which shielded them against the boiling heat, and with green boughs decking a gloomy glade, about the fountain like a girlund maid, whose bubbling wave did ever freshly well, any ever would through fervent summer fade. The sacred nymph, which therein wont to dwell, was out of Dian's favour, as it then befell. The cause was this: one day, when Phoebe fair, with all her band was following the chase, this nymph, quite tearedy with heat of scorching air, sat down to rest in midst of the race. The goddess wroth gan foully her disgrace, and bade the waters, which from her did flow, be such as she herself was then in place. Thenceforth her waters waxed dull and slow, and all that drink ye thereof do faint and feeble grow. Hereof this gentle knight unweeting was, and lying down upon the sandy grail, drunk of the stream, as clear as crystal glass. Eftsoons his manly forces gan to fail, and mighty strong was turned to feeble frailty. His changed powers at first themselves not felt, till cradled cold his courage gan assail, and cheery full bloud in faintness chill did melt, which like a fever fit through all his body swelt. Yet goodly court he made still to his dame, poured out in looseness on the grass he groaned, both carelessy of his health, and of his fame, till at the last he heard a dreadful sound, which through the wood loud bellowing did rebound, that all the earth for terror seemed to shake, and trees did tremble. Elfie therewith astoned, upstart lightly from his looser make, and his unready weapons gan in hand to take. But ere he could his armor on him dight, or get his shield, his monstrous enemy, with sturdy steps came stalking in his sight, an hideous giant, horrible and high, that with his tallness seemed to threat the sky. The ground eke groaned under him for dread, his living like saw never living eye, any durst behold, his stature did exceed the height of 3 the tallest sons of mortal seed. The greatest earth his uncouth mother was, and blustering Aeolus his boasted sire. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Brought forth this monstrous mass of earthly slime, puffed up with empty wind, and filled with sinful crime. So grown great through arrogant delight, of high descent, whereof he was yborn, and through presumption of his matchless might, all other powers and knighthood he did scorn. Such now he mark hate to this man forlorn, and left to loss, his stalking steps are steady, upon a snaggy oak, which he had torn out of his mother's bowels, and it made his mortal mace, wherewith his foeman he dismayed. That when the knight he spied, he gan advance, with huge force and insupportable main, and towards him with dreadful fury praunce, who hapless, and eke hopeless, all in vain, did to him pace, sad bataille to darraign, disarmed, disgraced, and inwardly dismayed, and eke so faint in every joint and vein, through that friely fountain, which him feeble made, that scarcely could he wield his boodle's single blade. The giant strook so mainly mercilessy, that could have overthrown a stony tower, and were not heavenly grace, that did him bless. He had been pool dread all, as thin as flour, but he was wary of that deadly store, and lightly leapt from underneath the blow. Yet so exceeding was the villain's power, that with the wind it did him overthrow, and all his senses stound, that still he lay full low, as when that devilish iron engine wrought in deepest hell, and frammed by Fury's skill, with windy nitre and quick sulphur fraught, and rammed with bullet round, ordained to kill, conceiveth fire, the heavens it doth fill, with thundering noise, and all the air doth choke, that none can breath, nor see, nor hear at will, through smouldry cloud of duskish stinking smoke, that only breath him daunts, who hath escaped the stroke. So daunted when the giant saw the knight, his heavy hand he heaved up on high, and him to dust thought to have batred quigged, until Duasa loud to him gan cry, O great Argiglio, greatest under sky! O hold thy mortal hand for lady's sake! Hold for my sake, and do him not to die, but vanquished thine eternal bond slave make, and me, thy worthy meed, unto thy leman take. He harned, and did stay from further harms, to gain so goodly guerdon, as she spake. So willingly she came into his armes, who her as willingly to grace did take, and was possessed of his new found make. Then up he took the slumbered senseless corse, and ere he could out of his swoon awake, him to his castle brought with hasty force, and in a donjon deep him threw without remorse. From that day forth Duasa was his dear, and highly honoured in his haughty eye. He gave her gold and purple pall to wear, and triple crown set on her head full high, and her endowed with royal majesty. Then for to make her dreaded more of men, and people's hearts with awful terror tie, a monstrous beast bred in filthy fen, he chose, which he had kept long time in darksome den. Such one it was, as that renowned snake, which great Alcides and Stremona slew, long fostered in the filth of Lerna lake, whose many heads outbutting ever knew, did breed him and LSE labour to subdue. But this same monster much more ugly was, for 7 great heads out of his body grew, an ear and breast, and back of scaly brows, and all embrued in blood, his eyes did shine as glass. His tail was stretched out in wondrous length, that to the house of heavenly gods it rout, and with extorted power, and borrowed strength, the ever-burning lamps from thence it brout, and proudly threw to ground, as things of naught, and underneath his filthy feet did tread the sacred things, and holy hests foretaught. Upon this dreadful beast with 7-fold head, he set the false Duasa, for more awe and dread. The woeful dwarf, which saw his maesters fall, whiles he had keeping of his grassing steed, and valiant knight become a caitiff thrall. When all was past, took up his forlorn weed. His mighty armor, missing most at need. His silver shield, now idle masterless. His pointed spear, that many made to bleed. The rueful monuments of heaven se. And with them all departs, to tell his great distress. He had not travailed long, when on the way. He woeful lady, woeful Una met. Fast flying from that Paynham's greedy prey. Whilst Sadirane him from pursuit did let. Who when her eyes she on the dwarf had set. And saw the Sinyas, that deadly tidings spake. She fell to ground for sorrowful regret. And lively breath her sad breast did forsake. Yet might her piteous heart be seen to pant and quake. The messenger of so unhappy news. Would fain have died, dead was his heart within. Yet outwardly some little comfort shews. At last recovering heart, he does begin. To rub her temples, and to shove her chin. And every tender part does toss and turn. So hardly he the flitted life does win. Unto her native prison to return. Then gins her grieved ghost thus to lament and mourn. Ye dreary instruments of doleful sight. That do this deadly spectacle behold. Why do ye linger feed on loathed light? Or liking find to gaze on earthly mould? Sith cruel fates the careful threads unfouled. The which my life and love together tied? Now let the stony dart of censel se cold. Pierce to my heart, and paw through every side. And let eternal night so sad sight fro me hide. O lightsome day, the lamp of highest Jove. First made by him, men's wandering ways to guide. When darken se he in deepest dungeon drove. Henceforth thy hated face for ever hide. And shut up heaven's windows shining wid. For earthly sight cannot but sorrow breed. And late repentance, which shall long abide. Mine eyes no more on vanity shall feed. But sealed up with death, shall have their deadly meed. Then down again she fell unto the ground. But he her quickly reared up again. Thrice did she sink down in deadly swound. And thrice he her revived with bussy pain. At last when life recovered he had the rein. And over wrestled his strong enemy. With faltering tongue, and trembling every vein. Tell on, quoth she, the woeful tragedy. The which these relics sad present unto mine eie. Tempestuous fortune hath spent all her spite. And thrilling sorrow thrown his utmost dart. Thy sad tongue cannot tell more heavy plight. Than that I feel, and harbour in mine heart. Who hath hindered thee the whole, can bear each part. If death it be, it is not the first wound. That launched hath my breast with bleeding smart. Begin, and end the bitter baleful stound. If less than that I fear, more favour I have found. Then gan the dwarf the whole discourse declare. The subtle trains of Archimago old. The wanton loves of false Fides fair. Bought with the blood of vanquished Paynham bold. The wretched pair transformed to tree and mould. The house of pride, and perils round about. The combat, which he with sense joy did held. The luckless conflict with the giant stout. Wherein captive of life or death he stood in doubt. She heard with patience all unto the end. And strove to master sorrowful essay. Which greater grew, the more she did contend. And almost rent her tender heart in tway. And love fresh coals unto her fire did lay. For greater love, the greater is the loss. Was never lady loved dearer day. Then she did love the Knight of the Red Cross. For whose dear sake so many troubles her did toss. At last when fervent sorrow slaked was. She up arose, resolving him to find. Alive or dead, and forward forth doth paw. All as the dwarf the way to her ascend. And evermore, in constant careful mind. She fed her wound with fresh renewed bale. Long tossed with storms, and bet with bitter wind. High over hills, and low adown the dale. She wandered many a wood, and measured many a vale. At last she chanced by good hap to meet a goodly knight, fair marching by the way. Together with his squire, arrayed meet. His glitter-round armour shined for a way. Like glancing light of Phoebus' brightest ray. From top to toe no place appeared bare. That deadly dint of steel in danger may. Athwart his breast a baldric brave he wear. That shynd, like twinkling stars, with stones most precious rare. And in the midst thereof one precious stone. Of wondrous worth, and eke of wondrous mights. Shaped like a lady's head, exceeding shone. Like Hesperus amongst the lesser lights. And strove for to amaze the weaker sights. Thereby his mortal blade full comely hung. In ivory sheath, it carved with curious sleights. Whose hilts were burnished gold, and handle strong. Of mother pearl, and buckled with a golden tongue. His haughty helmet, horrid all with gold. Both glorious brightness, and great terror bred. For all the crest a dragon did enfold. With greedy paws, and over all did spread. His golden wings, his dreadful hideous head. Close couched on the beaver, seemed to throw. From flaming mouth bright sparkles fiery red. That sudden horror to faint hearts did show. And scaly tail was stretched adown his back full low. Upon the top of all his lofty crest, a bunch of hairs discolored diversely, with sprinkleed pearl, and gold full richly dressed, did shake, and seemed to dance for jollity, like to an almond tree amounted high, on top of green selenise all alone, with blossoms brave bedecked daintily, whose tender locks do tremble every one, at every little breath that under heaven is blown. His warlike shield all closely covered he was, any might of mortal eye be ever seen, not made of steel, nor of enduring bras, such earthly metals soon consumed been, but all of diamond perfect pure and clean. It framed was, one massy entire mould, hewn out of adamant rock with engines keen, that point of spirit never person could, any dint of dire full sword divide the substance would, the same to white he never won't disclose, but when as monsters huge he would dismay, or daunt unequal armies of his foes, or when the flying heavens he would affray, for so exceeding shone his glistering ray, that Phoebus' golden face it did attaint, as when a cloud his beams doth overlay, and silver Cynthia waxed pale and faint, as when her face is stained with magic arts constraint. No magic arts hereof had any might, nor blowdy wards of bold enchanters call, but all that was not such as seemed in sight, before that shield did fade, and sudden fall, and, when him list the rascal roots appall, men into stones therewith he could transmue, and stones to dust, and dust to naught at all, and when him list the prouder looks subdue, he would them gazing blind, or turn to other hue, and he let it see me, that credence this exceeds, for he that made the same, was known right well, to have done much more admirable deeds. It Merlin was, which whilome did excel all living wights in might of magic spell, both shield and sword and armour all he wrought, for this young prince, when first to Armes he fell, but when he died, the Faerie Queen it brought to fairy London, where yet it may be seen, if sought, a gentle youth, his dearly loved squire, his spear of heben wood behind him bear, whose harmful head, thrice heated in the fire, had riven many a breast with pikehead square, a goodly person, and could menage fair, his stub-born steed with curbed cannon bit, who under him did trample as the air, and chafed, that any on his back should sit, the urine rowels into frothy foam he bit, when as this knight nigh to the lady drew, with lovely court he gan her entertain, but when he heard her answers loath, he knew some secret sorrow did her heart dist reign, which to allay, and calm her storming pain, fair feeling words he wisely gan display, and for her humour fitting purpose feign, to tempt the cause itself for to bewray, wherewith him of these bleeding words she gan to say, what world's delight, or joy of living speech, can heart, so plunged in sea of sorrows deep, and heaped with so huge misfortunes, reach? The careful cold beginneth for to creep, and in my heart is year an arrow steep, soon as I think ye upon my bitter bale, such hell plus harms yts better hidden keep, then rip up grief, where it may not avail. My last left comfort is, my woes to weep and wail. Ah lady dear, quoth then the gentle knight, well may I ween your grief is wondrous great, for wondrous great grief groaneth in my sprite, whiles thus I hear you of your sorrows treat. But woeful lady, let me you entreat, for to unfold the anguish of your heart, mishaps are mastered by advice discreet, and counsel mitigates the greatest smart, found never help who never would his hurts impart. Oh but, quoth she, great grief will not be told, and can more easily be thought than said. Right so, quoth he, but he that never would, could never, will to might gives greatest aid. But grief, quoth she, does greater grow disp laid, if then it find not help, and breeds despair. Despair breeds not, quoth he, where faith is stayed. No faith so fast, quoth she, but flesh does pair. Flesh may impair, quoth he, but reason can repair. His goodly reason, and well-guided speech, so deep did settle in her gracious thought, that her persuaded to disclose the breach, which love and fortune in her heart had wrought, and said, fair sir, I hope good hap hath brought you to inquire the secrets of my grief, or that your wisdom will direct my thought, or that your prowessy can me yield relief. Then hear the story sad, which I shall tell you brief. The forlorn maiden, whom your eyes have seen, the laughing stock of fortune's mockeries, mth only daughter of a king and queen, whose parents dear, whilst equal destinies, did run about, and their felicities, the favourable heavens did not envy, did spread their rule through all the territories, which Pheson and Euphrates flow it by, and Gihon's golden waves do wash continually, till that their cruel cursed enemy, an huge great dragon horrible in sight, bred in the loathly lakes of Tartary, with murderous ravine, and devouring might, their kingdom spoiled, and country wasted quigged, themselves, for fear into his jaws to fall. He forced to castle strong to take their flight. Were fast embarred in mighty brazen wall. He has them now for years besieged to make them thrall. Full many knights adventurous and stout. Have enterprised that monster to subdue. From every coast that heaven walks about. Have thither come the noble martial crew. That famous hard achievements still pursue. Yet never any could that Gerlund win. But all still shrunk he, and still he greater grew. All they for want of faith, or guilt of sin. The piteous prey of his fierce cruelty have been. At last yielded with for reported praise. Which flying fame throughout the world had spread. Of doughty knights, whom Faerie land did raise. That noble order height of maidenheed. Forthwith to court of Glorianne I sped. Of Glorianne great queen of glory bright. Whose kingdom seat Cleopolis is read. There to obtain some such redoubt knight. The parents dear from tyrants' power deliver might. It was my chance was fair and good. Therefore to find a fresh unproved knight. Whose manly hands embroidered in guilty blood. Had never bany, any ever by his might. Had thrown to ground the unregarded right. Yet of his prowessy proof he since hath made. I witness am, in many a cruel fight. The groaning ghosts of many one dismayed. Have felt the bitter dint of his avenging blade. And yet the forlorn relics of his power. His biting sword, and his devouring spear. Which have endured many a dreadful store. Can speak his prowessy, that did erst you bear. And well could rule, now he hath left you here. To be the record of his rueful loss. And of my doleful disaventurous dear. O have ye record of the good Red Cross? Where have you left your lord, that could so well you toss? Well hoped I, and fair beginnings had. That he my captive languor should redeem. Till all unweeting, an enchanter bad. His sense abused, and made him to misdeem. My loyalty, not such as it did see me. That rather death desire, than such despict. Bejudge ye heavens, that all things right esteem. How I him loved and love with all my might. So thought I eke of him, and think ye I thought aright. Thenceforth me desolate he quite forsook. To wander, where wild fortune would me lead. And other byways he himself he betook. Where never foot of living wight did tread. That brought not back the baleful body dead. In which him chanced false to saw meet. Mine only foe, mine only deadly dread. Who with her witchcraft, and misseeming sweet. Inveigled him to follow her desires unmeet. At last by subtle sleights she him betrayed. Unto his foe, a giant huge and tall. Who him disarmed, dissolute, dismayed. Unwares surprised, and with mighty maul. The monster mercilessly him made to fall. Whose fall did never foe before behold. And now in darksome dungeon, wretched thrall. Remediless, for ai he doth him hold. This is my cause of grief, more great than may be told. Ere she had ended all, she gan to faint. But he her comforted and fair bespake. Certes, madam, ye have great cause of plaint. The stoutest heart, I ween, could cause to quake. But be of cheer, and comfort do you take. For till I have acquit your captive knight. Assure yourself, I will you not forsake. His cheerful words revived her cheerless sprite. So forth they went, the dwarf them guiding ever right. Canto 8. Fair Virgin, to redeem her dear. Brings Arthur to the fight. Who slays that giant, wounds the beast. And strips Duisaw quigged. I me, how many perils do enfold. The righteous man, to make him daily fall. Were not that heavenly grace doth him uphold. And steadfast truth acquit him out of all. Her love is firme, her care continual. So oft as he through his own foolish pride. Or weaknesses to sinful bands made thrall. Else should this Red Cross knight in bands have dydd. For whose deliverance she this prince doth thither guide. They sadly travelled thus, until they came nigh to a castle builded strong and high. Then cried the dwarf, lo yonder is the same. In which my lord my liege doth luckless lie. Thrall to that giant's hateful tyranny. Therefore, dear sir, your mighty powers assay. The noble knight alighted by and by. From lofty steed, and bade the lady stay. To see what end of fight should him befall that day. So with the squire, admirer of his might. He marched forth towards that castle wall. Whose gates he found fast shut, any living wight. Toward the same, nor answer a comer's call. Then took that squire an horn of bugle small. Which hung adown his side in twisted gold. And tassels gay. With wonders over all. Of that same horn's great virtues wherein told. Which had approved bany in uses manifold. Was never wight that heard that shrilling sound. But trembling fear did feel in every vein. 3 miles it might be easy heard around. And echoes 3 answered itself again. No false enchantment, nor deceitful train. Might once abide the terror of that blast. But presently was void and wholly vain. No gate so strong, no lock so firme and fast. But with that piercing noise flew open quite, or brast. The same before the giant's gate he blew. That all the castle quaked from the ground. And every dory of free will open flew. The giant self dismayed with that sound. Where he with his duisa dalliance found. In hast came rushing forth from inner bar. With staring countenance stern, as one astoned. And staggering steps, to weet, what sudden store had wrought that horror strange, and dard his dreaded car. And after him the proud duisa came. High mounted on her many-headed beast. And every head with furry tongue did flame. And every head was crowned on his creast. And bloody-mouthed with late cruel feast. That when the knight beheld, his mighty shield upon his manly arm he soon addressed. And at him fiercely flew, with courage filled. And eager greediness through every member thrilled. Therewith the giant buckled him to fight. Inflamed he with scornful wrath and high disdain. And lifting up his dreadful club on height. All armed he with ragged snubbays and knotty grain. Him thought at first encounter to have slain. But wise and wary was that noble pair. And lightly leaping from so monstrous main. Did fair avoid the violence him near. It booted not to think he such thunderbolts to bear. Any shame he thought to shun so hideous might. The idle stroke, in forcing furious way. Missing the mark of his mesa-aimed sight. Did fall to ground, and with his heavy sway. So deeply dinted in the driven clay. That 3 yards deep a furrow up did throw. The sad earth wounded with so sore assay. Did groan full grievous underneath the blow. And trembling with strange fear, did like an earthquake show. As when Almighty Jove, in wrathful mood, to wreak the guilt of mortal sins is bent, hurls forth his thundering dart with deadly food. Enrolled in flames, and smouldering dreariment. Through riven clouds and molten firmament. The fierce 3-forked engine making way. Both lofty towers and highest trees hath rent. And all that might his angry passage stay. And shooting in the earth, casts up a mount of clay. His boisterous club, so buried in the ground. He could not rearon up again so light. But that the knight him at advantage found. And whiles he strove his comrade club to quigged. Out of the earth, with blade all burning bright. He smote off his left arm, which like a block. Did fall to ground, deprived of native might. Large streams of blood out of the trunk stalk. Forth gushed, like fresh water stream from riven rock. Dismayed with so desperate deadly wound. And eke impatient of unwonted pain. He loudly brayed with beastly yelling sound. That all the fields rebel load again. As great and was, as when in Cimbrian plain. An herd of bules, whom kindly rage doth sting. Do for the milky mother's want complain. And fill the fields with troublous bellowing. The neighbor woods around with hollow murmur ring. That when his dear duisa heard, and saw the evil stoned, that dongered her estate. Unto his aid she hastily did draw. Her dreadful beast, who swoln with blood of late. Came ramping forth with proud presumptuous gait. And threatened all his heads like flaming brands. But him the squire made quickly to retreat. Encountering fierce with single sword in hand. And twixt him and his lord did like a bulwark a stand. The proud duisa, full of wrathful spite. And fierce disdain, to be affronted so. Infirst her purple beast with all her might. That stop out of the way to overthrow. Scorning the lead of so unequal foe. But Nathemor would that courageous swain. To her yield passage, gainst his lord to go. But with outrageous strokes did him wrest rein. And with his bodie barred the way atwixt them twain. Then took the angry witch her golden cup. Which still she bore, replete with magic arts. Death and despair did many thereof sup. And secret poison through their inner parts. Eternal bale of heavy wounded hearts. Which after charms and some enchantments said. She lightly sprinkled on his weaker parts. Therewith his sturdy courage soon was cayed. And all his senses were with sudden dread dismayed. So down he fell before the cruel beast. Who on his neck his bloody claws did seize. That life nigh crushed out of his panting breast. No power he had to stir, nor will to rise. That when the careful knight gan well avis. He lightly left the foe, with whom he fought. And to the beast gan turn his enterprise. For wondrous anguish in his heart it wrought. To see his loved squire into such thraldom brought. And high advancing his bloodthirsty blade. Stroke one of those deformed heads so sore. That of his puissance proud ensample made. His monstrous scalp down to his teeth it tore. And that misformed shape misshaped more. A sea of blood gushed from the gaping wound. That her gay garments stained with filthy gore. And overflowed all the field around. That over shoes and bloud he waded on the ground. Thereat he roared for exceeding pain. That to have heard great horror would have bred. And scourging empty air with his long train. Through great impatience of his grieved head. His gorgeous rider from her lofty stead. Would have cast down, and trod in dirty mire. Had not the giant soon her succoured. Who all enragedy with smart and frantic gear. Came hurtling in full fierce, and forced the knight retire. The force which wont in two to be disp erst. In one alone left hand he now unites. which is through rage more strong than both were erst. With which his hideous club aloft he dights, and at his foe with furious rigour smites. That strongest oak might see me to overthrow. The stroke upon his shield so heavy lights, that to the ground it dow bleth him full low. What mortal wight could ever bear so monstrous blow? And in his fall his shield, that covered was, did lose his vele by chance, and open flew. The light whereof, that heaven's light did paw, such blazing brightness through the air through, that I mote not the same endure to view. Which when the giant sped with staring eye, he down let fall his arm, and soft withdrew. His weapon huge, that heaved was on high, for to have slain the man, that on the ground did lie. And eke the fruitful-headed beast, amazed at flashing beams of that sunshiny shield, became stark blind, and all his senses dazed. That down he tumbled on the dirty field, and seemed himself as conquered to yield. Whom when his mastress proud perceived to fall, whiles yet his feeble feet for faintness reeled, unto the giant loudly she gan call, "O help Argiglio, help, or else we perish all." At her so piteous cry was much moved her champion stout, and for to aid his friend, again his wonted angry weapon proved but all in vain, for he has read his end in that bright shield, and all their forces spend themselves in vain, for since that glancing sight, he had no power to hurt, nor to defend. As where Almighty's lightning brand does light, it dims the dazed eyen, and daunts the senses quigged. Whom when the prince, to battle new addressed, and threatening high his dreadful stroke did see, his sparkling blade about his head he blessed, and smote off quite his right leg by the knee. That down he tumbled, as an aged tree, high growing on the top of rocky clift, whose heartstrings with keen steel nigh hewn be. The mighty trunk half rent, with ragged rift, doth roll adown the rocks, and fall with fearful drift. Or as a castle reared high and round, by subtle engines and maladious sleight, is undermined from the lowest ground, and her foundation forced, and feebled quigged, at last down fallous, and with her heaped height, her hasty ruin does more heavy make, and yields itself unto the victor's might. Such was this giant's fall, that seemed to shake the steadfast globe of earth, as it for fear did quake. The knight then lightly leaping to the prey, with mortal steel him smote again so sore, that headless his unweldy body lay, all wallowed in his own foul bloody gore, which flowed from his wounds in wondrous store. But soon as breath out of his breast did paw, that huge great body, which the giant bore, was vanished quite, and of that monstrous mass was nothing left, but like an empty bladder was, whose grievous fall, when false Duisa spied, her golden cup she cast unto the ground, and crowned mitre rudely threw aside. Such piercing grief her stub-born heart did wound, that she could not endure that doleful sound, but leaving all behind her, fled away. The light-foot squire her quickly turned around, and by hard means enforcing her to stay, so brought unto his lord, as his deserved prey, the royal virgin which beheld from far, in pensive plight, and sad perplexity, the whole achievement of this doubtful war, came running fast to greet his victory, with sober gladness, and mild modesty, and with sweet joyous cheer him thus bespake: "Fair brunk of noblesse, flower of chivalry, that with your worth the world amazed make, how shall I quite the pains ye suffer for my sake? And you fresh bud of virtue springing fast, whom these sad eyes saw nigh unto death's story, what hath poor virgin for such peril passed? Wherewith you to reward? Accept therefore my simple self, and service evermore. And he that high does sit, and all things see, with equal eyes, their merites to restore. Behold what ye this day have done for me, and what I cannot quite, requite with usury. But sith the heavens, and your fair handling, have made you master of the field this day, your fortune master eke with governing, and well begun and all so well, I pray. Any let that wicked woman scape away, for she it is, that did my lord bethrall, my dearest lord, and deep in donjon lay, where he his better days hath wasted all. Oh hear, how piteous he to you for aid does call." Forthwith he gave in charge unto his squire, that scarlet whore to keep in carefully, whiles he himself with greedy great desire, into the castle on trade forcibly, where living creature none he did espy. Then gan he loudly through the house to call, but no man carty to answer it to his cry. There reigned a solemn silence over all, nor voice was heard, nor wight was seen in bower or hall. At last with creeping crooked pace forth came an old man, with beard as white as snow, that on a staff his feeble steps did frame, and guide his weary gait both to and fro. For his eyesight him failed long ago, and on his arm a bunch of keys he bore, the which unused rust did overgrow. Those were the keys of every inner doory, but he could not them use, but kept them still in store. But very uncouth sight was to behold. How he did fashion his untoward pace! For as he forward moved his footing old, so backward still was turned his wrinkly face. Unlike to men, whoever as they trace, both feet and face one way are wont to lead. This was the ancient keeper of that place, and foster father of the giant dead. His name Ignaro did his nature right ered. His reverend hairs and holy gravity, the knight much honoured, as beseemed well, and gently asked, where all the people be, which in that stately building wont to dwell. Who answered him full soft, he could not tell. Again he asked, where that same knight was laid, whom great Argiglio with his puissance fell, had made his caitiff thrall. Again he said he could not tell, any ever other answer made. Then asked he, which way he in might paw. He could not tell, again he answered. Thereat the courteous knight displeased was, and said, Old sire, it seems thou hast not read how ill it sits with that same silver head. In vain to mock, or mocked in vain to be. But if thou be, as thou art poor head, with nature's pen, in age's grave degree, ered in graver wise, what I demand of thee. His answer likewise was, he could not tell. Whose senseless speech, and doted ignorance, when as the noble prince had marked well, he guessed his nature by his countenance, and calmed his wrath with goodly temperance. Then to him stepping, from his arm did reach those keys, and made himself free entrance. Each door he opened without any breach. There was no bar to stop, nor foe him to impeach. There all within full rich arrayed he found, with royal arras and resplendent gold, and did with store of everything abound, that greatest prince's presence might behold. But all the floor, too filthy to be told, with blood of Giltal's babes, and innocents true, which there were slain, as sheep out of the fold, defiled was, that dreadful was to view, and sacred ashes over it was strowed new. And there beside of marble stone was built an altar, carved with cunning imagery, on which true Christians' blood was often spilt, and holy martyrs often doned to die, with cruel malice and strong tyranny, whose blessed sprites from underneath the stone, to God for vengeance cried continually, and with great grief were often heard to groan, that hardest heart would bleed, to hear their piteous moan. Through every room he sought, and every bar, but nowhere could he find that woeful thrall. At last he came unto an iron door, that fast was locked, but key found not at all. Amongst that bounch, to open it withal, but in the same a little grate was pigged, through which he sent his voice, and loud did call, with all his power, to weet, if living wight were housed there within, whom he enlarge and might. Therewith in hollow, dreary, murmuring voice, these piteous plaints and dolors did resound. Oh, who is that, which brings me happy choice of death, that here lie dying every stound, yet live perforce in baleful darkness bound? For now 3 moons have changed thrice their hue, and have been thrice hid underneath the ground, since I the heaven's cheerful face did view. O welcome thou, that doest of death bring tidings true, which when that champion heard, with piercing point of pity dear his heart was thrilled sore, and trembling horror ran through every joint. For ruth of gentle knight so foul for lore, which shaking off, he rent that iron dory, with furious force, and indignation fell, whereon trade in, his foot could find no floor, but all a deep descent, as dark as hell, that breathed ever forth a filthy baneful smell, but neither darkness foul, nor filthy bands, nor noyous smell his purpose could withhold. Entire affection hath nicer hands, but that with constant zeal, and courage bold, after long pains and labours manifold, he found the means that prisoner up to rear, whose feeble thighs, unhobled to uphold, his pined course, him scarce to light could bear, a rueful spectacle of death and ghastly drear. His sad dull eyes deep sunk in hollow pits, could not endure th unwonted sun to view, his bare thin cheeks for want of better bits, and empty sides deceived of their due, could make a stony heart his hap to rue. His raw bone arms, whose mighty bronze bars were wont to rive steel plates, and helmet's hue, were clean consumed, and all his vital powers decayed, and all his flesh shrunk up like withered flowers. Whom when his lady saw, to him she ran, with hasty joy, to see him made her glad, and sad to view his visage pale and wan, who erst in flowers of freshest youth was clad, though when her well of tears she wasted had. She said, Ah dearest lord, what evil star on you hath frowned, and poured his influence bad, that of yourself ye thus berobbed are, and this misseeming hue your manly looks doth mar? But welcome now my lord, in weal or woe, whose presence I have lacked too long a day, and fie on fortune mine avowed foe, whose wrathful wreaks themselves do now ally, and for these wrongs shall treble penance pay. Of treble good, good grows of evil's prief, the cheerless man, whom sorrow did dismay, had no delight to treaten of his grief. His long-endured famine needed more relief. Fair lady, then said that victorious knight, the things, that grievous were to do, or bear, them to renew, I wot, breeds no delight. Best music breeds delight in loathing ear. But only good, that grows of past fear, is to be wise, and wear of like agine. This day's ensample hath this lesson dear, deep written in my heart with ear and pen, that bliss may not abide in state of mortal men. Henceforth, Sir Knight, take to you wonted strength, and master these mishaps with patient might. Loo where your foe lies stretched in monstrous length, and loo that wicked woman in your sight, the root of all your care, and wretched plight. Now in your power, to let her live, or die. To do her die, quoth Una, were despict, and shame to avenge so weak an enemy. But spoil her of her scarlet robe, and let her fly. So is she bad, that which they disarrayed, and robbed of royal robes, and purple pall, and ornaments that richly were disp laid. Ne spared they to strip her naked all. Then when they had despoiled her tire and call, such as she was, their eyes might her behold, that her misshaped parts did them appall. A loathly, wrinkled hag, ill-favoured, old, whose secret filth good manners biddeth not be told. Which when the knights beheld, amazed they were, and wondered at so foul deformed wight. Such then, said Una, as she seemeth here, such is the face of falsehood, such the sight of foul duisa, when her borrowed light is laid away, and counterfeisance known. Thus when they had the witch disrobed quigged, and all her filthy feature open shown, they let her go at will, and wander ways unknown. She flying fast from heaven's hated face, and from the world that her discovered wide, fled to the wastful wilderness apace, from living eyes her open shame to hide, and lurked in rocks and caves long unespied. But that fair crew of knights, and Una fair, did in that castle afterwards abide, to rest themselves, and weary powers repair, where store they found of all that dainty was and rare. Canto 9. His loves and lineage Arthur tells. The knights knit friendly hands. Sir Trevisan flies from despair, whom Red Cross Knight withstands. O goodly golden shen, wherewith affair the virtues linked are in lovely wise, and noble mindies of your allied were, in brave pursuit of chivalrous emprise, that none did others' safety despise, nor aid envy to him, in need that stands, but friendly each did others' praise devise, how to advance with favourable hands. As this good prince redeemed the Red Cross Knight from bands, who when their powers impaired through labour long, with due repast they had recurred well, and that weak captive wight now waxed strong, them list no longer there at leisure dwell, but forward fare, as their adventures fell. But ere they parted, Una fair besought that stranger knight his name and nation tell, least so great good, as he for her had wrought, should die unknown, and buried be in thankless thought. Fair virgin, said the prince, ye me require a thing without the compass of my wit, for both the lineage and the certain sire, from which I sprung, from me are hidden yet. For all so soon as life did me admit into this world, and shewed heaven's light, from mother's pap I taken was unfit, and straight delivered to a faerie knight, to be upbrought in gentle thews and martial might. Unto old Timon he me brought by live. Old Timon, who in youthly years hath been in warlike feats expertest man alive, and is the wisest now on earth I ween. His dwelling is low in a valley green, under the foot of Roar mossy hoar, from whence the river Dee is silver clean. His tumbling billows roll with gentle roar. There all my days he trained me up in virtuous lore. Thither the great mage Icen Merlin came, as was his use, oft times to visit me, for he had charge my discipline to frame, and tutors noritur to oversee. Him oft and oft I asked in privity, of what loins and what lineage I did spring, whose ons were bade me still assured be, that I was son and heir unto a king, as time in her just term the truth to light should bring. Well worthy imp, said then the lady gent, and pupil fit for such a tutor's hand. But what adventure, or what high intent, hath brought you hither into Faerie land? Arid Prince Arthur, crown of martial band? Full hard it is, quoth he, to read aright the course of heavenly cause, or understand the secret meaning of eternal might, that rules men's ways, and rules the thoughts of living wight. For whether he through fatal deep foresight me hither sent, for cause to me unhest, or that fresh bleeding wound which day and night whilome doth rankle in my riven breast, with forced fury following his behest, me hither brought by ways yet never found, you to have helped I hold myself yet blessed. Ah courteous knight, quoth she, what secret wound could ever find, to grieve the gentlest heart on ground? Dear dame, quoth he, you sleeping sparks awake, which troubled once, into huge flames will grow. Any ever will their fervent fury slake, till living moisture into smoke do flow, and wasted life do lie in ashes low. Yet sith in silence lesseneth not my fire, but told it flames, and hidden it does glow. I will revel what ye so much desire. All of, lay down thy bow, the whiles I may respire. It was in freshest flower of youthly years, when courage first does creep in manly chest. Then first the coal of kindly heat appears, to kindle love in every living breast. But me had warned old Timon's wise behest, those creeping flames by reason to subdue, before their rage grew to so great unrest, as miserable lovers used to rue, which still wex old in woe, whiles woe still wexeth new. That idle name of love, and lover's life, as loss of time, and virtue's enemy, I ever scorned, and joyed to stir up strife, in midst of their mournful tragedy. I wont to laugh, when them I heard to cry, and blow the fire, which them to ashes brent. Their God himselfy, grieved at my liberty, shot many a dart at me with fear's intent. But I them warded all with wary government. But all in vain, no fort can be so strong, any fleshly breast can armed be so sound, but will at last be won with battery long, or unawares at disadvantage found. Nothing is sure, that grows on earthly ground, and who most trusts in arm of fleshly might, and boasts in beauty's shen not to be bound, doth soonest fall in disaventurous fight, and yields his cative neck to victors most despict. Ensample make of him your hapless joy, and of myself now mated, as ye see, whose prouder vaunt that proud avenging boy, did soon pluck down and curd my liberty. For on a day, pricked forth with jollity, of looser life, and heat of hardiment, ranging the forest wide on courser free, the fields, the floods, the heavens with one consent, did see me to laugh on me, and favour mine intent. For wearied with my sports, I did alight from lofty steed, and down to sleep me laid. The verdant grass my couch did goodly dight, and pillow was my helmet fair displayed, whiles every sense the humour sweet embade, and slombering soft my heart did steal away. Me seemed, by my side a royal maid, her dainty limbs full softly down did lay. So fair a creature yet saw never sunny day, most goodly glee and lovely blandishment, she to me made, and bade me love her dear, for dearly sure her love was to me bent, as when just time expired should appear. But whether dreams delude, or true it were, was never heart so ravished with delight, any living man like words did ever hear, as she to me delivered all that night, and at her parting said, she queen of Faerie's height. When I awoke, and found her place devoid, and naught but pressed grass, where she had lien, I sorrowed all so much as erst I joyed, and washed all her place with watery eyen. From that day forth I loved that face divine, from that day forth I cast in careful mind, to seek her out with labour, and long time, and never vowed to rest till her I find. 9 months I seek in vain, yet an isle that vow unbind. Thus as he spake, his visage waxed pale, and change of hue great passion did bewray. Yet still he strove to cloak his inward bale, and hide the smoke that did his fire display. Till gentle Una thus to him gan say, O happy queen of Faeries, that has found, mongst many, one that with his prowess he may defend thine honour, and thy foes confound. True loves are often sown, but seldom grow on ground. Thine, O then, said the gentle recross knight, next to that lady's love, shall be the place. O fairest virgin, full of heavenly light, whose wondrous faith exceeding earthly race, was firmest fixed in mine extremest case. And you, my lord, the patroni of my life, of that great queen may well gain worthy grace. For onely worthy you through prow's brief, yf living man mote worthy be, to be her leaf. So diversely discoursing of their loves, the golden sun his glistering head gan shew, and sad remembrance now the prince amaves, with fresh desire his voyage to Perso. Als Una earned her travel to renew. Then those 2 knights, fast friendship for to bind, and love establish each to other true, gave goodly gifts, the signes of grateful mynd, and eke the pledges firme, right hands together joined. Prince Arthur gave a box of diamond sure, embowed with gold and gorgeous ornament, wherein were closhed few drops of liquor pure, of wondrous worth, and virtue excellent, that any wound could heal incontinent. Which to requite, the Red Cross knight him gave a book, wherein his Saviour's testament was writ with golden letters rich and brave, a work of wondrous grace, and able souls to save. Thus being they parted, Arthur on his way to seek his love, and th other for to fight with Una's foe, that all her realm did pray. But she now weighing the decayed plight, and shrunken sinews of her chosen knight, would not awhile her forward course pursue, any bring him forth in face of dreadful fight, till he recovered had his former hue. For him to be yet weak and weary well she knew. So as they travelled, lo they gan espy an armed knight towards them gallop fast. That seemed from some feared foe to fly, or other grisly thing, that him aghast. Still as he fled, his eye was backward cast, as if his fear still followed him behind. Als flew his steed, as he his bands had brast, and with his winged heels did tread the wind, as he had been a foal of Pegasus his kind. Nigh as he drew, they might perceive his head to be unarmed, and curled uncombed hairs, up staring stiff, dismayed with uncouth dread. Nor drop of blood in all his face appears, nor life in limbe, and to increase his fears, in foul reproach of knighthood's fair degree, about his neck an hempen rope he wears, that with his glistering armes does ill agree. But he of rope or armes has now no memory. The Red Cross knight toward him crossed fast, to weet, what Mr. White was so dismayed. There him he finds all senseless and aghast, that of himself he seemed to be afraid, whom hardly he from flying forward stayed, till he these words to him deliver might. Sir Knight, Ered who hath ye thus arrayed? And eke from whom make ye this hasty flight? For never knight I saw in such misseeming plight. He answered not at all, but adding new fear to his first amazement, staring wide, with stony eyes, and heartlessly hollow hue, astonished stood, as one that had aspied infernal furies, with their shins untied. Him yet again, and yet again bespake the gentle knight, who not to him replied, but trembling every joint did inly quake, and faltering tongue at last these words seemed forth to shake. For God's dear love, Sir Knight, do me not stay. For lo he comes fast after me. Eft looking back would fain have run away, but he him forced to stay, and tell and free the secret cause of his perplexity. Yet nath more by his bold heart a speech, could his blood frozen heart emboldened be, but through his boldness rather fear did reach. Yet forced, at last he made through silence Suddian breach. And am I now in safety sure, quoth he, from him, that would have forced me to die? And is the point of death now turned fro me, that I may tell this hapless history? Fear not, quoth he, no danger now is nigh. Then shall I you recount a rueful cuss, said he, the which with this unlucky eye I late beheld, and had not greater grace. Me reft from it, had bany partaker of the place. I lately shunst, would I had never shunst, with a fair knight to keep in company. Sir Terwin hight, that well himself he advanced in all affairs, and was both bold and free, but not so happy as mote happy be. He loved as was his lot, a lady gent, that him again loved in the least degree. For she was proud, and of too high intent, and joyed to see her lover languish and lament, from whom returning sad and comfortals, as on the way together we did fare. We met that villain, God from him me bless, that cursed wight, from whom I scapt whilier, a man of hell, that calories himself he despair, who first us greets, and after fair reads of tidings strange, and of adventures rare. So creeping close, as snake in hidden weeds, inquireth of our states, and of our nightly deeds, which when he knew, and felt our feeble hearts embossed with bale, and bitter biting grief, which love had launched with his deadly darts, with wounding words and terms of foule reprieve, he plucked from us all hope of due relief, that erst us held in love of lingering life. Then hopeless heartlessly, gan the cunning thief persuade us die, to stint all further strife. To me he lent this rope, to him a rusty knife, with which sad instrument of hasty death, that woeful lover, loathing languor light, a wide way made to let forth living breath. But I more fearful, or more lucky wight, dismayed with that deformed dismal sight, fled fast away, half dead with dying fear. Any yet a surety of life by you, Sir Knight, whose like infirmity like chance may bear. But God you never let his charmed speeches hear. How may a man, said he, with idle speech, be won, to spoil the castle of his health? I wot, quoth he, whom trial late did teach, that like would not for all this world's wealth, his subtil tongue, like dropping honey, melt into the heart, and searcheth every vein, that ere one be aware, by secret stealth, his power is reft, and weakness doth remain. Oh never sir desire to try his guileful train. Certes, said he, hence shall I never rest, till I that treacher hours art have heard and tried. And you Sir Knight, whose name mote I request, of grace do me unto his cabin guide. I that hight Trevison, quoth he, will ride against my liking back, to do you grace. But not for gold nor glee will I abide by you, when ye arrive in that same place. For lever had I die, then see his deadly face. Ere long they come, where that same wicked wight his dwelling has, low in an hollow cave. For underneath a craggy cliff epicked, Dark, doleful, dreary, like a greedy grave, that still for carrion carcasses doth crave. On top whereof I dwelt the ghastly owl, shrieking his baleful note, which ever drave far from that haunt all other cheerful fowl. And all about it wandering ghosts did wail and howl, and all about old stalks and stubs of trees, whereon nor fruit nor leaf was ever seen, did hang upon the ragged rocky knees, on which had many wretches hanged been, whose carcasses were scattered on the green, and thrown about the cliffs. Arrived there, that barehead knight for dread and doleful teen, would fain have fled, and he durst approach and near, but th other forced him stay, and comforted in fear. That darksome cave they enter, where they find that cursed man, low sitting on the ground, musing full sadly in his sullen mind. His grassy locks, long grown and unbound, dicer dread hung about his shoulders round, and hid his face, through which his hollow ane lunite deadly dull, and stared as astound. His raw-boned cheeks, through penury and pine, were shrunky into his jaws, as he did never dine. His garment naught but many ragged clouts, with thorns together pinned and patched was, the which his naked sides he wrapped abouts. And him beside there lay upon the grass a dreary corse, whose life away did paw, all wallowed in his own yet lukewarm blood, that from his wound yet welled fresh alas, in which a rusty knife fast fixed stood, and made an open passage for the gushing flood. Which piteous spectacle, approving true the woeful tale that Trevisan had told, when as the gentle Red Cross knight did view, with fiery zeal he burnt in courage bold, him to avenge, before his blood were cold. And to the villain said, Thou damned wight, the author of this fact we here behold. What justice can but judge against thee right? With thine own blood to price his blood, here shed in sight. What frantic fit, quoth he, hath thus distraught thee, foolish man, so rash a doom to give? What justice ever other judgment taught? But he should die, whom rights not to live. None else to death this man despairing drive, but his own guilty mind deserving death. Is then unjust to each his due to give? Or let him die, that load hate living breath? Or let him die at ease, that liveth here uneath? Who travels by the weary wandering way, to come unto his wished home in haste, and meets a flood, that doth his passage stay, is not great grace to help him overpast, or free his feet that in the mire stick fast. Most envious man, that grieves at neighbour's good, and fond, that joyest in the woe thou hast. Why wilt not let him passe, that long hath stood upon the bank, yet wilt thyself not passe the flood? He there does now enjoy eternal rest, and happy ease, which thou dost want and crave, and further from it daily wanderest. What if some little pain the passage have, that makes frily flesh to fear the bitter wave? Is not short pain well borne, that brings long ease, and lays the soul to sleep in quiet grave? Sleep after toil, port after stormy seas, ease after war, death after life does greatly please. The knight much wondered at his sudden wit, and said, The term of life is limited. Any may a man prolong, nor shorten it. The soldier may not move from watchful stead, nor leave his stand, until his captain bed, who life did limit by almighty doom. Quoth he, knows best the terms established, and he, that points the sentinel his room, doth license him depart at sound of morning drum. Is not his deed, whatever thing is done, in heaven and earth? Did not he all create, to die again? All ends that was begun, their times in his eternal book of fate, are written sure, and have their certain date. Who then can strive with strong necessity, that holds the world in his still changing state, or shun the death ordained by destiny? When hour of death is come, let none ask whence, nor why. The longer life, I wot the greater sin. The greater sin, the greater punishment. All those great battles, which thou boast'st to win, through strife, and bloodshed, and avengement, now praised, hereafter dear thou shalt repent. For life must life, and blood must blood repay. Is not enough thy evil life forspent? For he that once hath missed the right way, the further he doth go, the further he doth stray. Then do no further go, no further stray, but here lie down, and to thy rest betake. Ill to prevent, that life in so and may. For what hath life, that may it loved make, and gives not rather cause it to forsake? Fear, sickness, age, loss, labour, sorrow, strife, pain, hunger, cold, that makes the heart to quake, and ever fickle fortune rage thrive. All which, and thousands mo do make a loathsome life. Thou wretched man, of death hast greatest need, if in true balance thou wilt weigh thy state. For never knight, that dared warlike deed, more luckless disaventures did Amati witness the dungeon deep, wherein of late thy life shut up, for death so oft did call. And though good luck prolonged hath thy date, yet death then would the like mishaps forestall, into the which hereafter thou mightest happen fall. Why then doest thou, O man of sin, desire to draw thy days forth to their last degree? Is not the measure of thy sinful hire high heaped up with huge iniquity against the day of wrath, to burden thee? Is not enough, that to this lady mild thou falsed hast thy faith with perjury, and sold thyself to serve Duisa Vilda, with whom in all abuse thou hast thyself defilda? Is not he just, that all this doth behold from highest heaven, and bears an equal eye? Shall he thy sins up in his knowledge fold, and guilty be of thine impiety? Is not his law, let every sinner die? Die shall all flesh? What then must needs be done? Is it not better to do willingly, than linger, till the glass be all outrawn? Death is the end of woes, die soon, O Faerie son. The knight was much enmoved with his speech, that as a sword's point through his heart did pierce, and in his conscience made a secret breach, well knowing true all that he did rehearse, and to his fresh remembrance did reverse the ugly view of his deformed crimes, that all his manly powers it did disperse, as he were charmed with enchant rhymes, that oftentimes he qua night, and fainted oftentimes, in which amazement, when the miscreant perceived him to waver weak and frily, whiles trembling horror did his conscience dant, and hellish anguish did his soul assail, to drive him to despair, and quite to quail. He shewed him painted in a table plain the damned ghosts, that do in torments wail, and thousand fiends that do them endless pain, with fire and brimstone, which for ever shall remain. The sight whereof so throughly him dismayed, that naught but death before his eyes he saw, and ever burning wrath before him laid, by righteous sentence of Th Almighty's law. Then gan the villain him to overcraw, and brought unto him swords, ropes, poison, fire, and all that might him to perdition draw, and bade him choose, what death he would desire. For death was due to him, that had provoked God's ire. But when as none of them he saw him take, he to him wrought a dagger sharp and keen, and gave it him in hand, his hand did quake, and tremble like a leaf of aspen green, and troubled blood through his pale face was seen, to come, and go with tidings from the heart, as it a running messenger had been. At last resolved he to work a his final smart. He lifted up his hand, that back again did start, which when Azuna saw, through every vein, the curdled cold ran to her well of life, as in a swoon, but soon relived he again. Out of his hand she snatched the cursed knife, and threw it to the ground, enraged rife, and to him said, Fie, fie, faint-heart knight! What meanest thou by this reproach fool strife? Is this the battle, which thou vaunt'st to fight, with that fire-mouthed dragon, horrible and bright? Come, come away, frily, seely, fleshly wight. Any let vain words bewitch thy manly heart, any devilish thoughts dismay thy constant sprite. In heavenly mercies hast thou not a part? Why shouldst thou then despire that chosen art, where justice grows, there grows eke greater grace, the which doth quench the brand of hellish smart, and that accursed handwriting doth deface? Arise, Sir Knight, arise, and leave this cursed place. So up he rose, and thence mounted straight, which when the carle beheld, and saw his guest, would safe depart for all his subtle sleight. He chose an halter from among the rest, and with it hung himselfy, unbid unblessed. But death he could not work a himselfy thereby, 4,000 times he so himselfy had dressed, yet nathless it could not do him die, till he should die his last, that is, eternally. Canto 10. Her faithful knight Faruna brings to house of Holinessy, where he is taught repentance, and the way to heavenly bless. What man is he, that boasts of fleshly might, and vain assurance of mortality, which all so soon as it doth come to fight against spiritual foes, yields by and by, or from the field most cowardly doth fly? Any let the man ascribe it to his skill, that thorough grace hath gained victory. If any strength we have, it is too ill. But all the good is God's, both power and eke will. But that, which lately happened, Una saw, that this her knight was feeble, and too faint, and all his sinews woxen weak and raw, through long imprisonment, and hard constraint, which he endured in his late restraint, that yet he was unfit for bloody fight, therefore to cherish him with diet's daint, she cast to bring him, where he cheeren might, till he recovered had his late decayed plight. There was an ancient house not far away, renowned throughout the world for sacred lore, and pure unspotted life, so well they say. It governed was, and guided evermore, through wisdom of a matrone grave and whore, whose only joy was to relieve the needs of wretched souls, and help the helpless poor. All night she spent in bidding of her beads, and all the day in doing good and godly deeds. Dame Coelia men did her call, as thought from heaven to come, or thither to arise. The mother of 3 daughters, well upbrought in goodly thews, and godly exercise. The eldest 2, most sober, chaste, and wise. Fidelia and Speranza virgins were. Those bust, yet wanting wedlocks solemnize. But fair Carissa to a lovely fear was linked, and by him had many pledges dear. Arrived there, the doory they find fast locked, for it was warily watched night and day, for fear of many foes. But when they knocked, the porter opened unto them straightway. He was an aged sire, all hoary grey, with looks full lowly cast, and gait full slow, wont on a staff his feeble steps to stay. Hight Humilta. They passé in stooping low, for straight and narrow was the way which he did show. Each goodly thing is hardest to begin, but on trade in a spacious court they see, both plain, and pleasant to be walked in, where them does meet a franklin fair and free, and entertains with comely courteous glee. His name was Zeal, that him right well became, for in his speeches and behaviour he did labour lively to express the same, and gladly did them guide, till to the hall they came. There fairly them receives a gentle squire, of mild demeanour, and rare courtesy, right cleanly clad in comely sad attire, in word and deed that shewed great modesty, and knew his good to all of each degree. Hight reverence. He them with speeches meet, does fair entreat, no courting nicety, but simple true, and eke unfeigned sweet, as might become a squire so great persons to greet. And afterwards them to his dame he leads, that aged dame, the lady of the place, who all this while was busy at her beads, which done, she up arose with seemly grace, and toward them full matronly did pace, where when that fairest Una she beheld, whom well she knew to spring from heavenly race, her heart with joy unwonted inly swelled, as feeling wondrous comfort in her weaker eld, and her embracing said, O happy earth, whereon thy innocent feet do ever tread, most virtuous virgin born of heavenly birth, that, to redeem thy woeful parents' head from tyrant's rage, and ever-dying dread, hast wandered through the world now long a day, yet ceasest not thy weary solays to lead. What grace hath thee now hither brought this way? Or don't thy feeble feet unweeting hither stray? Strange thing it is an errant knight to see, here in this place, or any other wight, that hither turns his steps. So few there be, that chose the narrow path, or seek the right. All keep the broad highway, and take delight, with many rather for to go astray, and be partakers of their evil plight, than with a few to walk the rightest way. O foolish men, why haste ye to your own decay? Thyself to see, and tired limbs to rest. O matron sage, quoth she, I hither came, and this good knight his way with me addressed, led with thy praises and broad blazed fame, that up to heaven is blown. The ancient dame him goodly greeted in her modest guise, and entertained them both, as best became, with all the courtesies that she could devise. Any wanted aught, to shew her bounteous or wise. Thus as they gan of sundry things devise, lo 2 most goodly virgins came in place, linked arm in lovely wise, with countenance demure, and modest grace. They numbred even steps and equal pace, of which the eldest, that Fidelia hight, like sunny beams threw from her creased all face, that could have dazzled the rash beholder's sight, and round about her head did shine like heaven's light. She was arrayed all in lily white, and in her right hand bore a cup of gold, with wine and water filled up to the height, in which a serpent did himself enfold, that horror made to all that did behold. But she no whit did change her constant mood, and in her other hand she fast did hold a book, that was both signed and sealed with blood, wherein dark things were writ, hard to be understood. Her younger sister, that Speranza hight, was clad in blue, that her beseemed well. Not all so cheerful seemed she of sight, as was her sister, whether dread did dwell, or anguish in her heart, is hard to tell. Upon her arm a silver anchor lay, whereon she leaned ever, as befell, and ever up to heaven, as she did pray. Her steadfast eyes were bent, and swerved other way. They seeing Una, towards her gan wend, who them encounters with like courtesy. Many kind speeches they between them spend, and greatly joy each other well to see. Then to the knight with shamefast modesty, they turn themselves, at Una's meek request, and him salute with well beseeming glee, who fare them quites, as him beseemed best, and goodly gan discourse of many a noble jest. Then Una thus, but she your sister dear, the dear Carissa where is she become? Or wants she health, or bussy is elsewhere? Ah no, said they, but forth she may not come, for she of late is lightened of her womb, and hath increased the world with one son more, that her to see should be but troublesome. Indeed, quoth she, that should be trouble sore. But thanked be God, and her increase so evermore. Then said the aged Coelia, Dear dame, and you good sir, I wot that of your toil and labours long, through which ye hither came. Ye both for wearied be, therefore a while I rede you rest, and to your bowers recoil. Then called she a groom, that forth him led into a goodly lodge, and gan despoil of puissant armess, and laid an easy bed. His name was meek obedience rightfully ard. Now when their weary limbs with kindly rest, and bodies were refreshed with due repast, Faerie gan Fidelia fair request, to have her knight into her schoolhouse plast, that of her heavenly learning he might taste, and hear the wisdom of her words divine. She grunted, and that knight so much aggressed, that she him taught celestial discipline, and opened his dull eyes, that light mote in them shine, and that her sacred book, with blood writ, that none could read, except she did them teach. She unto him disclosed every wit, and heavenly documents thereout did preach, that weaker wit of man could never reach, of God, of grace, of justice, of free will. That wonder was to hear her goodly speech, for she was able with her words to kill, and raise again to life the heart that she did thrill. And when she list pour out her larger sprite, she would command the hasty sun to stay, or backward turn his course from heaven's height. Sometimes great hosts of men she could dismay, dry shod to passe she parts the clouds in tway, and eke huge mountains from their native seat, she would command themselves to bear away, and throw in raging sea with roaring threat. Almighty God her gave such power, and puissance great. The faithful knight now grew in little space, by hearing her, and by her sister's lore, to such perfection of all heavenly grace, that wretched world he gan for to abhor, and mortal life gan loathe, as thing for lore, grieved with remembrance of his wicked ways, and pricked with anguish of his sins so sore, that he desired to end his wretched days. So much the dart of sinful guilt the soul dismays. But wise Speranza gave him comfort sweet, and taught him how to take assured hold upon her silver anchor, as was meet. Else had his sins so great and manifold made him forget all that Fidelia told. In this distressed doubtful agony, when him his dearest Una did behold, disdaining life, desiring leave to die, she found herself assailed with great perplexity, and came to Coelia to declare her smart, who well acquainted with that commune plight, which sinful horror works in wounded heart, her wisely comforted all that she might, with goodly counsel and advisement right, and straightway sent with careful diligence, to fetch a leech, the which had great insight in that disease of grieved conscience, and well could cure the same. His name was Patience, who coming to that soul-diseased knight, could hardly him entreat to tell his grief, which known, and all that noyed his heavy sprite, well searched, eftsoons he gan apply relief, of salves and medicines, which had passing brief, and thereto added words of wondrous might, by which to ease he him recurred brief, and much assuaged the passion of his plight, that he his pain endured, as seeming now more light, but yet the cause and root of all his ill, inward corruption and infected sin, not perked nor healed, behind remained still, and festering sore did rankle yet within, close creeping twixt the marrow and the skin, which to extirp, he laid him privily down in a darksome lowly place for in, whereas he meant his corrosives to apply, and with straight diet tame his stub-born malady. In ashes and sackcloth he did array his dainty course, proud humours to abate, and dieted with fasting every day, the swelling of his wounds to mitigate, and made him pray both early and eke late, and ever as superfluous flesh did rot, amendment ready still at hand did wait, to pluck it out with pincers fiery wat, that soon in him was left no one corrupted jot, and bitter penance with an year and whip, was wont him once to dispel every day, and sharp remorse his heart did prick and nip, that drops of blood thence like a well did play, and sad repentance used to embay his body in salt water smarting sore, the filthy blots of sin to wash away, so in short space they did to health restore the man that would not live, but erst lay at death's story, in which his torment often was so great, that like a lion he would cry and roar, and rend his flesh, and his own sinews eat, his own dear Una hearing evermore, his rueful shrieks and groanings, often tore her guiltless garments, and her golden hair, for pity of his pain and anguish sore. Yet all with patience wisely she did bear, for well she wist his crime could else be never clear, whom thus recovered he by wise patience, and true repentance they to Una brought, who joyous of his cured conscience, him dearly kissed, and fairly eke besought himself to cherish, and consuming thought, to put away out of his careful breast. By this Carissa, late in child bed brought, was woxen strong, and left her fruitful nest. To her fair Una brought this unacquainted guest. She was a woman in her freshest age, of wondrous beauty, and of bounty rare, with goodly grace and comely personage, that was on earth not easy to compare. Full of great love, but Cupid's wanton snare. As hell she hated, chaussed in worka and wool. Her neck and breasts were ever open bare, that either of her babes might suck their fill. The rest was all in yellow robes arrayed still. A multitude of babes about her hung, playing their sports, that joyed her to behold. Whom still she fed, whiles they were weak and young, but thrust them forth still as they waxed old. And on her head she wore attire of gold, adorned with gems and oches wondrous fair, whose passing price uneath was to be told. And by her side there sate a gentle pair of turtle doves, she sitting in an ivory chair. The knight and Una entreating fair her greet, and bid her joy of that her happy brood, who them requites with courtesy seeming meet, and entertains with friendly cheerful mood. Then Una her besought, to be so good, as in her virtuous rules to scull her knight, now after all his torment well withstood, in that sad house of penance, where his sprite had passed the pains of hell, and long enduring night. She was right joyous of her just request, and taking by the hand that Faeries son, gan him instruct in every good behest, of love and righteousness and well to done, and wrath and hatred warily to shun, that drew on men God's hatred and his wrath, and many souls in dolors had fordon, in which when him she well instructed hath, from thence to heaven she teach hate him the ready path, wherein his weaker wandering steps to guide. An ancient matrone she to her does call, whose sober looks her wisdom well descried. Her name was Mercy, well known over all, to be both gratious and eke liberal, to whom the careful charge of him she gave, to lead aright, that he should never fall in all his ways through this wide world's wave, that Mercy in the end his righteous soul might save. The godly matrone by the hand him bears forth from her presence, by a narrow way, scat tread with bushy thorns, and ragged briers, which still before him she removed away, that nothing might his ready passage stay, and ever when his feet in comb red were, or gan to shrinky, or from the right to stray, she held him fast, and fearmally did upbear, as careful nors her child from falling off does rear. Eftsoons unto an holy hospital, that was for by the way, she did him bring, in which 7 bead men that had vowed all their life to service of high heaven's king, did spend their days in doing godly thing. Their gates to all were open evermore, that by the weary way were travailing, and one sate waiting ever them before, to call in comers by, that needy were and poor. The first of them that eldest was, and best of all the house had charge and govern them on, as guardian and steward of the rest. His office was to give entertainment and lodging unto all that came and went, not unto such as could him feast again, and double quite, for that he on them spent, but such as want of harbour did constrain. Those for God's sake his duty was to entertain. The second was as almoner of the place. His office was, the hungry for to feed, and thirsty give to drinky, a worka of grace. He feared not once himself to be in need, and eke hearty to hoard for those whom he did breed. The grace of God he laid up still in store, which as a stock he left unto his seed. He had enough, what need him care for more? And had he less, yet some he would give to the poor. The third had of their wardrobe custody, in which were not rich tires, nor garments gay, the plumes of pride, and wings of vanity, but clothes meet to keep keen could away, and naked nature seemingly to airy, with which bare wretched wights he daily clad, the images of God in earthly clay. And if that no spare cloths to give he had, his own coat he would cut, and it distribute glad. The fourth appointed by his office was, poor prisoners to relieve with gratious aid, and captives to redeem with price of bras, from Turks and Saracens, which them had stayed. And though they faulty were, yet well he weighed, that God to us forgiveth every hour, much more than that why they in bands were laid. And he that harrowed hell with heavy store, the faulty souls from thence brought to his heavenly bar. The fifth had charge sick persons to attend, and comfort those, in point of death which lay, for them most need death comfort in the end, when sin and hell and death do most dismay, the feeble soul departing hence away. All is but lost, that living we bestow, if not well ended at our dying day. O man, have mind of that last bitter throe, for as the tree does fall, so lies it ever low. The sixth had charge of them now being dead, in seemingly sort their courses to engrave, and deck with dainty flowers their bridal bed, that to their heavenly spouse both sweet and brave they might appear, when he their souls shall save. The wondrous workmanship of God's own mould, whose face he made all beasts to fear, and gave all in his hand, even dead we honor should. Ah, dearest God, me grunt, I dead be not defouled. The seventh, now after death and burial done, had charge the tender orphans of the dead, and widows' aid, lest they should be undone. In face of judgment he their right would plead. Any aught the power of mighty men did dread. In their defence, nor would for gold or fee be won their rightful causes down to tread. And, when they stood in most necessity, he did supply their want, and gave them ever free. There when the elfin knight arrived was the first and chiefest of the seven, whose care was guests to welcome, towards him did paw, where seeing mercy, that his steps upbear, and always led, to her with reverence rare. He humbly lauded in meek lowliness, and seemingly welcome for her did prepare. For of their order she was patronessy, all Bacarisa were their chiefest founderessy. There she a while him stays, himself to rest, that to the rest more able he might be. During which time, in every good behest, and godly work of alms and charity, she him instructed with great industry. Shortly therein so perfect he became, that from the first unto the last degree, his mortal life he learned had to frame, in holy righteousness without rebuke or blame. Thenceforward by that painful way they paw forth to an hill, that was both steep and high, on top whereof a sacred chapel was, and eke a little hermitage thereby, wherein an aged holy man did lie. That day and night said his devotion, any other worldly business did apply. His name was heavenly contemplation, of God and goodness was his meditation. Great grace that old man to him given had, for God he often saw from heaven's height. All were his earthly eye and both blunt and bad, and through great age had lost their kindly sight. Yet wondrous quick and present was his sprite, as eagle's eye, that can behold the sun. That hill they scale with all their power and might, that his friely thighs nigh weary and forden gan fail, but by her help the top at last he won. There they do find that godly aged sire, with snowy locks adown his shoulders shed, as hoary frost with spangles doth attire, the mossy bronze ches of an oak half dead. Each bone might through his body well be read, and every sinew seen through his long fast. For not he carty his carcass long unfed, his mind was full of spiritual repast, and pynt his flesh, to keep his body low and chaste. Who when these two approaching he espied, at their first presence grew aggrieved sore, that forced him lay his heavenly thoughts aside. And had he not that dame respected more, whom highly he did reverence and adore, he would not once have moved for the night. They him saluted, standing far afore, who well them greeting, humbly did requite, and asked, to what end they clomb that tedious height. What end, quoth she, should cause us take such pain? But that same end which every living wight should make his mark, high heaven to attain? Is not from hence the way, that leadeth right to that most glorious house that glistereth bright, with burning stars and ever-living fire, whereof the keys are to thy hand behight. By wise Fidelia, she doth thee require, to show it to his knight, according his desire. Thrice happy man, said then the father grave, whose staggering steps thy steady hand doth lead, and choose the way, his sinful soul to save. Who better can the way to heaven ered, than thou thyself, that was both born and bred in heavenly throne, where thousand angels shine. Thou doest the prayers of the righteous seed, present before the majesty divine, and his avenging wrath to clemency incline. Yet since thou bidst, thy pleasure shall be done. Then come thou man of earth, and see the way, that never yet was seen of Faeries son, that never leads the traveller astray, but after labours long, and sad delay, brings them to joyous rest and endless blee. But first thou must a season fast and pray, till from her bends the sprite assoiled is, and have her strength recurred from friely infirmities. That done, he leads him to the highest mount, such one as that same mighty man of God, that blood-red billows like a walled front, on either side dispart with his rod, till that his army dry foot through them yawed, dwelt 40 days upon, where writ in stone, with bloody letters by the hand of God, the bitter doom of death and baleful moan, he did receive, whiles flashing fire about him shone, or like that sacred hill, whose head full high, adorned with fruitful olives all around, is, as it were for endless memory, of that dear Lord who oft thereon was found, for ever with a flowing girlund crowned, or like that pleasant mount, that is for aye, through famous poets' verse each were renowned, on which the thrice 3 learned ladies play their heavenly notes, and make full many a lovely lay. From thence, far off he unto him did shew a little path, that was both steep and long, which to a goodly city led his view, whose walls and towers were builded high and strong, of pearl and precious stone, that earthly tongue cannot describe, nor wit of man can tell. Too high a ditty for my simple song. The city of the great king hight it well, wherein eternal peace and happiness doth dwell. As he thereon stood gazing, he might see the blessed angels to and fro descend from highest heaven in gladsome company, and with great joy into that city went, as commonly as friend does with his friend. Whereat he wondered much, and gan inquire, what stately building durst so high extend, her lofty towers unto the starry sphere, and what unco a nation there impeopled were. Fair knight, quoth he, High Jerusalem that is, the new High Jerusalem, that God has built, for those to dwell in, that are chosen his chosen people purged from sinful guilt, with precious blood, which cruelly was spilt, on cursed tree, of that unspotted lamb, that for the sins of all the world was kilt. Now are they saints all in that city Sam, more dear unto their God than younglings to their dam. Till now, said then the knight, I weened well, that great Cleopolis, where I have been, in which that fairest Faerie Queen doth dwell, the fairest city was that might be seen, and that bright tower all built of crystal clean, Panthea, seemed the brightest thing that was. But now by proof all otherwise I ween, for this great city that does far surpass, and this bright angel's tower quite dims that tower of glass. Most true, then said the holy aged man. Yet is Cleopolis, for earthly frame, the fairest piece that I behold and can, and well beseems all knights of noble name, that covet in th immortal book of fame, to be eternized, that same to haunt, and don their service to that sovereign dame, that glory does to them for guerdon grunt, for she is heavenly born, and heaven may justly vaunt. And thou fair YMP, sprung out from English race, however now accompted elfin son, well worthy doest thy service for her grace, to aid a virgin desolate forden. But when thou famous victory hast won, and high amongst all knights hast hung thy shield, thenceforth the suit of earthly conquest shone, and wash thy hands from guilt of bloody field, for blood cannot but sin, and wars but sorrows yield. Then seek this path, that I to thee presage, which after all to heaven shall thee send. Then peaceably thy painful pilgrimage, to yonder same High Jerusalem do bend, where is for thee ordained a blessed end. For thou amongst those saints, whom thou doest see, shall be a saint, and thine own nation's friend. And patroni, thou Saint George shalt called be, Saint George of merry England, the signa of victory. Unworthy wretch, quoth he, of so great grace, how dare I think ye such glory to attain? These that have it attained, were in like cuss, quoth he, as wretched, and lived in like pain. But deeds of armes must I at last be fain, and ladies love to leave so dearly bought? What need of armes, where peace doth I remain? Said he, and battles none are to be fought. As for loose loves, they're vain, and vanish into naught. Oh let me not, quoth he, then turn again, back to the world, whose joys so fruitals are. But let me here for I in peace remain, or straightway on that last long voyage fare, that nothing may my present hope impair. That may not be, said he, any mayst thou yet forego that royal maid's bequeathed care, who did her cause into thy hand commit, till from her cursed foe thou have her freely quit. Then shall I soon, quoth he, so God me grace, abet that virgin's cause disconsolate, and shortly back return unto this place, to walk this way in pilgrim's poor estate. But now Ered, old father, why of late didst thou behide me born of English blood, whom all a Faeries son don't nominate? That word shall I, said he, avouch in good, sith to thee is unknown the cradle of thy blood. For well I wot thou springs from ancient race of Saxon kings, that have with mighty hand, and many bloody battles fought in place, high reared their royal throne in Britain land, and vanquished them, unable to withstand. From thence a fairy thee unweeting reft, there as thou slepst in tender swaddling band, and her base elfin brood there for thee left. Such men do Chongellings call, so Chong di by Faeries theft. Thence she thee brought into this fairy London, and in an heaped furrow did thee hide, where thee a ploughman all unweeting fond, as he his toilsome team that way did guide, and brought thee up in ploughman's state to bide, whereof Jurgos he gave thee to name, till pricked with courage, and thy forces pride, to fairy court thou camest to seek for fame, and prove thy puissant armes, as seemes thee best became. O holy sire, quoth he, how shall I quigged the many favours I with thee have found, that hast my name and nation read aright, and taught the way that does to heaven bound? This said, adown he looked to the ground, to have returned, but dazed were his ain, through passing brightness, which did quite confound his feeble sense and too exceeding shine. So dark are earthly things compared to things divine. At last when as himself he gan to find, to Una back he cast him to retire, who him awaited still with pensive mind. Great thanks and goodly meed to that good sire, he thence departing gave for his pains hire. So came to Una, who him joyed to see, and after little rest, gan him desire of her adventure mindful for to be. So leave they take of Coelia, and her daughters 3. Canto 11. The night with that old dragon fights 2 days incessantly. The third him overthrows, and gains most glorious victory. High time now gan it wex for una fair, to think ye of those her captive parents dear, and their forwasted kingdom to repair. Whereto when as they now appr oct near, with heart awards her knight she gan to cheer, and in her modest manner thus bespake. Dear knight, as dear as ever knight was dear, that all these sorrows suffer for my sake. High heaven behold the tedious toil ye for me take. Now are we come unto my native soil, and to the place where all our perils dwell. Here haunts that fiend, and does his daily spoil. Therefore henceforth be at your keeping well, and ever ready for your foeman fell. The sparky of noble courage now awake, and strive your excellent self to excel. That shall yet ever more renowned make, above all knights on earth that battle undertake. And pointing forth, lo yonder is, said she, the brazen tower in which my parents dear, for dread of that huge fiend imprisoned be, whom I from far, see on the walls appear, whose sight my feeble soul doth greatly cheer, and on the top of all I do espy, the watchman waiting tidings glad to hear, that my parents might I happily unto you bring, to ease you of your misery. With that they heard a roaring hideous sound, that all the air with terror filled wide, and seemed uneath to shake the steadfast ground. Eftsoons that dreadful dragon they espied, where stretched he lay upon the sunny side of a great hill, himselfy like a great hill, but also soon as he from far descried those glistering arms, that heaven with light did fill, he roused himselfy full blithe, and hastened them until then bade the knight his lady yet aloof, and to an hill herself withdraw aside, from whence she might behold that boughta ills proof, and eke be safe from danger far descried. She him obeyed, and turned a little wid. Now O thou sacred muse, most learned dame, fair imp of Phoebus and his aged bride, the Norse of time and everlasting fame, that warlike hands and noblest with immortal name. O gently come into my feeble breast, come gently, but not with that mighty rage, wherewith the martial troops thou doest infest, and hearts of great heroes doest enrage, that not their kindled courage may assuage. Soon as thy dreadful tromp begins to sound, the god of war with his fears equipage, thou doest awake, sleep never he so sound. All scared nations doest with horror stern astoned. Fair goddess, lay that furious fit aside, till I of wars and bloody Mars do sing, and Britain fields with Saracen bloud bidded, twixt that great Faerie Queen, and Paynim King, that with their horror heaven and earth did ring, a worka of labour long and endless praise. But now a while let down that haughty string, and to my tunes thy second tenor raise, that I this man of God his godly arms may blaze. By this the dreadful beast drew nigh to hand, half flying, and half footing in his haste, that with his largeness he measured much land, and made wide shadow under his huge wast, as mountain doth the valley overcast. A rocking nigh, he reared high afore, his body monstrous, horrible, and vast, which to increase his wondrous greatness more, was swollen with wrath and poison and with bloody gore, and over all with brazen scales was armd, like plated coat of steel, so couched near, that not mote purse, any might his course be harmed, with dint of sword, nor push of pointed spear, which, as an eagle, seeing prey appear, his airy plumes doth rouse, full rudely dight. So shaked he, that horror was to hear, for as the clashing of an armour bright, such was his roused scales did send unto the night. His flaggy wings when forth he did display, were like 2 sails, in which the hollow wind is gathered full, and worketh speedy way, and eke the pennays, that did his pinions bind, were like mainyards, with flying canvas lind, with which when as him list the air to beat, and there by force unwonted passage find. The clouds before him fled for terror great, and all the heavens stood still amazed with his threat. His huge long tail wound up in 100 folds, does overspread his long broad scaly back, whose wreathed bots whenever he unfolds, and thick entangled knots adown does slacka, bespotted as with shields of red and blacka. It sweepeth all the land behind him for, and of 3 furlongs does but little lacka, and at the point 2 stings infixed are, both deadly sharp, that sharpest steel exceeden for, but stings and sharpest steel did far exceed the sharpness of his cruel rending claws. Dead was it sure as death indeed, whatever thing does touch his ravenous paws, or what within his reach he ever draws. But his most hideous head my tongue to tell, does tremble, for his deep devouring jaws, wide gaped, like the grisly mouth of hell, through which into his dark abyss all raven fell. And that more wondrous was, in either jaw 3 ranks of urine teeth enronged were, in which yet trickling blood, and gobbets raw, of late devoured bodies did appear. That sight thereof bred cold congealed fear, which to increase, and as atons to kill. A cloud of smouldering smoke and sulphur sear, out of his stinking gorge forth steamed still, that all the air about with smoke and stench did fill. His blazing eyes, like two bright shining shields, did burn with wrath, and sparkled living fire, as two broad beacons, set in open fields, send forth their flames far off to every shire, and warning give, that enemies conspire, with fire and sword the region to invade. So flammed he his ain with rage and rancorous year. But for within, as in a hollow glade, those glaring lamps were set, that made a dreadful shade. So dreadfully he towards him did paw, for lifting up aloft his speckled breast, and often bounding on the bruised grass, as for great joyance of his new-come guest. Eftsoons he gan advance his haughty crest, as choft bore his bristles doth uprear, and choke his scales to battle ready dressed. That made the Red Cross knight nigh quake for fear, as bidding bold defiance to his foeman near. The knight gan fairly couch his steady spear, and fiercely ran at him with rigorous might. The pointed steel arriving rudely there, his harder hide would neither pierce, nor bite, but glancing by forth passed forward right. Yet sore moved with so puissant push, the wrathful beast about him turned light, and him so rudely passing by, did brush, with his long tail, that horse and man to ground did rush. Both horse and man up lightly rose again, and fresh encounter towards him addressed. But idle stroke yet back recoiled in vain, and found no place his deadly point to rest. Exceeding rage and flammed the furious beast, to be avenged of so great despite, for never felt his impressible breast so wondrous force, from hand of living wight. Yet had he proved the power of many a puissant knight. Then with his waving wings displayed wid, himself up high he lifted from the ground, and with strong flight did forcibly divide the yielding air, which nigh too feeble found her flitting parts, an element unsound to bear so great a weight. He cutting way with his broad sails, about him soared round. At last low stooping with unwell disway, snatched up both horse and man, to bear them quite away. Long he them bore above the subject plain, so far as and bow a shaft may send, till struggling strong did him at last constrain, to let them down before his flight's end. As Haggard hawk, presuming to contend with hardy fowl, above his hable might, his weary pounces all in vain doth spend, to trust the prey too heavy for his flight, which coming down to ground, does free itself by fight. He so decised of his gripping gross, the knight his thrillant spear again essayed, in his bronze-plated body to emboss, and 3 men's strength unto the stroke he laid, wherewith the stiff beam quaked, as afraid, and glancing from his scaly neck, did glide close under his left wing, then broad displayed the piercing steel there wrought a wound full wid, that with the uncouth smart the monster loudly cried. He cried, as raging seas are wont to roar, when wintry storm his wrathful wreck does threat. The roaring billows beat the ragged shore, as they the earth would shoulder from her seat, and greedy gulf does gape, as he would eat his neighbor element in his revenge. Then gin the blustering brethren boldly threat, to move the world from off his steadfast henge, and boys truce battle make, each other to avenge. The steely head stuck fast still in his flesh, till with his cruel claws he snatched the wood, and quite asunder broke. Forth flowed fresh, a gushing river of black gory blood, that drowned all the land, whereon he stood. The stream thereof would drive a water-mill. Trebly augmented was his furious mood, with bitter sense of his deep-rooted ill, that flames of fire he threw forth from his large nose thrill. His hideous tail then hurled he about, and therewithal enwrapped the nimble thighs of his froth-foamy steed, whose courage stout, striving to loose the knot that fast him ties, himself he in straighter bands too rash implies, that to the ground he is perforce constrained, to throw his rider, who can quickly ris from off the earth, with deadly blood distained. For that reproach fool fall right foully he disdained, and fiercely took his trenchant blade in hand, with which he stroked so furious and so fell, that nothing seemed the puissance could withstand. Upon his crest the hardened yearn fell, but his more hardened crest was armed so well, that deeper dint therein it would not make. Yet so extremely did the buff him quell, that from thenceforth he shunned the like to take. But when he saw them come, he did them still forsake. The knight was wroth to see his stroke beguiled, and smote again with more outrageous might. But back again the spark-cling steel recoiled, and left not any mark, where it did light, as if in adamant rock it had been pigged. The beast impatient of his smarting wound, and of so fierce and forcible despite, thought with his wings to sty above the ground, but his late wounded wing unserviceable found. Then full of grief and anguish vehement, he loudly brayed, that like was never heard, and from his wide devouring oven sent A flake of fire, that, flashing in his beard, him all amazed, and almost made afeard. The scorching flame sore swinged all his face, and through his armor all his body seared, that he could not endure so cruel cuss, but thought his armes to leave, and helmet to unlace. Not that great champion of the antique world, whom famous poets verse so much doth vaunt, and hath for 12 huge labours high extolled, so many furies and sharp fits did haunt, when him the poisoned garment did enchant, with centaurs bloud and bloudy verses charmed as did this knight $12,000 daunt, whom Faerie steel now burnt, that erst him armed that erst him goodly armed now most of all him harmed faint, weary, sore, emboiled, grieved, brent with heat, toil, wounds, armes, smart, and inward fire, that never man such mischiefs did torment. Death better were, death did he oft desire, but death will never come, when needs require. Whom so dismayed when that his foe beheld, he cast to suffer him no more respire, but gan his sturdy stern about to weld, and him so strongly stroke, that to the ground him felled. It fortuned, as fair it then befell, behind his back unweeding, where he stood, of ancient time there was a springing well, from which fast trickled forth a silver flood, full of great virtues, and for medicine good. Whilome, before that cursed dragon got that happy land, and all with innocent blood defilled those sacred waves, it rightly hot the well of life, and he yet his virtues had forgot. For unto life the dead it could restore, and guilt of sinful crimes clean wash away. Those that with sickness were infected sore, it could recure, and aged long decay renew, as one were born that very day. Both Silo this, and Jordan did excel, and th English bath, and eke the German spa. Any can Cephas, nor Hebrews match this well. Into the same the knight back overthrown, fell. Now gan the golden Phoebus for to steep his fiery face in billows of the west, and his faint steeds watered in ocean deep, whiles from their journal labours they did rest, when that infernal monster, having cast his weary foe into that living well, can high advance his broad discoloured breast, above his wonted pitch, with countenance fell, and clapped his yearn wings, as victor he did dwell, which when his pensive lady saw from far, great woe and sorrow did her soul assay, as weening that the sad end of the war, and gan to highest God entirely pray, that feared chance from her to turn away, with folded hands and knees full lowly bent. All night she watched, any once adown would lay her dainty limbs in her sad dreariment, but praying still did wake, and waking did lament. The morrow next gan early to appear, that Titan rose to run his daily race, but early ere the morrow next gan rear, out of the sea fair Titan's doughty face, up rose the gentle virgin from her place, and looked all about, if she might spy her loved knight to move his manly pace, for she had great doubt of his safety, since late she saw him fall before his enemy. At last she saw, where he upstart brave, out of the well, wherein he drenched lay, as eagle fresh out of the ocean wave, where he hath left his plumes all hoary grey, and decked himselfy with feathers youthly gay, like Ias hawk up mounts unto the skies, his newly budded pinions to essay, and marviles at himselfy, still as he flies. So knew this new-born knight to battle new did rise, whom when the damned fiend so fresh did spy, no wonder if he wondered at the sight, and doubted, whether his late enemy it were, or other new supplied knight. He, now to prove his late renewed might, high brandishing his bright daw-burning blade, upon his crested scalp so sore did smite, that to the skull a yawning wound it made. The deadly dint his dulled senses all dismayed. I wot not, whether the revenging steel were hardened with that holy water dew, wherein he fell, or sharper edge did feel, or his baptized hands now greater grew, or other secret virtue did in so, else never could the force of fleshly arm any molten metal in his blood embrew, for till that stone could never white him harm, by subtlety, nor sleight, nor might, nor mighty charm. The cruel wound enraged him so sore, that loud he yelled for exceeding pain, as 100 ramping lions seemed to roar, whom ravenous hunger did thereto constrain. Then gan he toss aloft his stretched train, and therewith scourge the buxom air so sore, that to his force to yielden it was fain, and he ought his sturdy strokes might stand afore, that high trees overthrew, and rocks in pieces tore, the same advancing high above his head, with sharp intended sting so rude him smote, that to the earth him drove, as stricken dead. Any living wight would have him life behot. The mortal sting his angry needle shot quite through his shield, and in his shoulder seized, where fast it stuck, any would thereout be got. The grief thereof him wondrous sore diseased, any might his rank cling pain with patience be appeased, but yet more mindful of his honour dear, Then of the grievous smart, which him did wring. From loathed soil he can him lightly rear. And strove to loose the far and fixed sting. Which when in vain he tried with struggling. Inflamed with wrath, his raging blade he heft. And strook so strongly, that the knotty string of his huge tail he quite asunder cleft. 5 joints thereof he hewed, and but the stump him left. Heart cannot think ye, what outrage, and what cries. With foulée and foul dread smoke and flashing fire. The hell-bred beast threw forth unto the skies. That all was covered with darkness dire. Then fraught with rancor, and engorged ire. He cast at once him to avenge for all. And gathering up himself he out of the mire. With his uneven wings did fiercely fall. Upon his sun-bright shield, and gripped it fast withal. Much was the man in comb red with his hold. In fear to lose his weapon in his paw. And he wist yet, how his talons to unfold. For harder was from Cerberus' greedy jaw. To pluck a bone, than from his cruel claw. To reave by strength the griped gauge away. Thrice he essayed it from his foot to draw. And thrice in vain to draw it did essay. It booted not to think he to rob him of his prey. Though when he saw no power might prevail. His trusty sword he called to his last aid. Wherewith he fiercely did his foe assail. And double blows about him stoutly laid. That glancing fire out of the iron plaid. As sparkles from the anvil used to fly. When heavy hammers on the wedge are swayed. Therewith at last he forced him to untee. One of his grasping feet, him to defend thereby. The other foot, fast fixed on his shield. When as no strength, nor stroke smote him constrain. To loose, any yet the warlike pledge to yield. He smote thereat with all his might and main. That not so wondrous puissance might sustain. Upon the joint the lucky steel did light. And made such way, that hewed it quite in twain. The paw yet missed not his minished might. But hung still on the shield, as it at first was pigged. For grief thereof and devilish despite. From his infernal furnace forth he threw huge flames, that dimmed all the heaven's light. Enrolled in duskish smoke and brimstone blue. As burning Etna from his boiling stew. Doth belch out flames, and rocks in pieces broke. And ragged ribs of mountains molten new. Enwrapped in coal black clouds and filthy smoke. That all the land with stench, and heaven with horror choke. The heat whereof, and harmful pestilence. So sore him noyed, that forced him to retire. A little backward for his best defence. To save his body from the scorching fire. Which he from hellish entrails did expire. It shunst, eternal God that chance did guide. As he recoiled backward, in the mire. His knifer wearied feeble feet did slide. And down he fell, with dread of shame sore terrified he. There grew a goodly tree him fair beside. Loaden with fruit and apples rosy red. As they in pure vermilion had been dyed. Whereof great virtues over all were read. For happy life to all which thereon fed. And life eke everlasting did befall. Great God it planted in that blessed stead. With his almighty hand, and did it call. The tree of life, the crime of our first fathers' fall. In all the world like was not to be found. Save in that soil, where all good things did grow. And freely sprung out of the fruitful ground. As insurrupt nature did them sow. Till that dread dragon all did overthrow. Another like fair tree eke grew thereby. Whereof whoso did eat, eftsoons did know. Both good and ill, O mournful memory. That tree through one man's fault hath done us all to dy. From that first tree forth flowed, as from a well. A trickling stream of balm, most sovereign. And dainty dear, which on the ground, still fell. And overflowed all the fertile plain. As it had dawed Bany with timely rain. Life and long health that gratious ointment gave. And deadly wounds could heal and rear again. The senseless course appointed for the grave. Into that same he fell, which did from death him save. For nigh thereto the ever-damned beast durst not approach, for he was deadly made. And all that life preserved did detest. Yet he is oft adventured to invade. By this the drooping daylight gan to fade. And yield his room to sad succeeding night. Who with her sable mantle gan to shade the face of earth, and ways of living white. And high her burning torch set up in heaven bright. When gentle Una saw the second fall of her dear knight, who weary of long fight, and faint through loss of blood, moved not at all, but lay, as in a dream of deep delight, besmeared with precious balm, whose virtuous might did heal his wounds, and scorching heat allay. Again she stricken was with sore affright, and for his safety gan devoutly pray, and watch the joyous night, and wait for joyous day. The joyous day gan early to appear, and fair Aurora from the dawy bed of aged Tithone gan hers Elfie to rear, with rosy cheeks, for shame is blushing red. Her golden locks for haste were loosely shed about her ears, when Una her did mark, climb bay to her chariot, all with flowers spread, from heaven high to chase the cheerless dark. With merry note her loud salutes the mounting lark. Then freshly up arose the doughty knight, all healed of his hurts and wounds wide, and did himself to battle ready dight, whose early foe awaiting him beside, to have devoured, so soon as day he sped. When now he saw himself so freshly rear, as if late fight had not him damnified, he wokes dismayed, and gan his fate to fear. Nathless with wonted rage he him advanced near, and in his first encounter, gaping wide, he thought it him to have swallowed quigged, and rushed upon him with outrageous pride, who him encountering fierce, as hawk in flight, perforce rebutted back, the weapon bright, taking advantage of his open jaw, ran through his mouth with so importune might, that deep empersed his darksome hollow maw, and back reared, his life blood forth with all did draw. So down he fell, and forth his life did breath, that vanished into smoke and clouds swift. So down he fell, that earth him underneath did groan, as feeble so great load to lift. So down he fell, as an huge rocky clift, whose false foundation waves have washed away, with dreadful poises from the mainland rift, and rolling down, great Neptune doth dismay. So down he fell, and like an heaped mountain lay. The knight himself he even trembled at his fall, so huge and horrible a mass it seemed and his dear lady, that beheld it all, durst not approach for dread, which she misdeemed But yet at last, when as the dire full fiend, she saw not stir, off shaking vain affright, she nigher drew, and saw that joyous end. Then God she praised, and thanked her faithful knight, that had achieved so great a conquest by his might. Canto 12. Faerie to the Red Cross Knight. Betro youthed is with joy, though false do saw it to bar, her false sleights do employ. Behold I see the haven nigh at hand, to which I mean my weary course to bend. Veer the main sheet, and bear up with the land, the which afore is fairly to be kenned, and seemeth safe from storms that may offend. There this fair virgin weary of her way, must landed be, now at her journey's end. There eat my feeble bark a while may stay, till merry wind and weather call her thence away. Scarcely had Phoebus in the glooming east, yet harnessed his fairy-footed team, and he reared above the earth his flaming creast, when the last deadly smoke aloft did steam, that Sinya of last outbreathed life did see me, unto the watchman on the castle wall, who thereby dead that baleful beast did deem, and to his lord and lady load gan call, to tell how he had seen the dragon's fatal fall. Uprose with hasty joy, and feeble speed, that aged sire, the lord of all that land, and looked forth, to weet if true indeed those tidings were, as he did understand, which when as true by trial he outfound, he bade to open with his brazen gate, which long time had been shut, and out of hand, proclaimed joy and peace through all his state, for dead now was their foe which them forayed late. Then gan triumphant trumpets sound on high, that sent to heaven the echoed report of their new joy, and happy victory, gainst him, that had them long oppressed with tort, and fast imprisoned in sieged fort. Then all the people, as in solemn feast, to him assembled with one full consort, rejoicing at the fall of that great beast, from whose eternal bondage now they were released. Forth came that ancient lord and aged queen, arrayed in antique robes down to the ground, and sad habiliments right well beseen. A noble crew about them waited round, of sage and sober Paris, all gravely gowned, whom for before did march a goodly band, of tall young men, all hable armes disowned. But now they laurel bronze ches bore in hand, glad signa of victory and peace in all their land. Unto that doughty conqueror they came, and him before themselves prostrating low, their lord and patroni loud did him proclaim, and at his feet their laurel boughs did throw. Soon after them all dancing on a row, the comely virgins came, with girlands dight, as fresh as flowers in meadow green do grow, when morning daw upon their leaves doth light, and in their hands sweet timbrels all upheld on height. And them before, the fry of children young, their wanton sports and childish mirth did play, and to the maidens sounding timbrels sung, in well-attuned notes, a joyous lay, and made delightful music all the way, until they came, where that fair virgin stood, as fair Diana in fresh summer's day beholds her nymphs in wronged in shady wood. Some wrestle, some do run, some bathe in crystal flood. So she beheld those maidens' merriment, with cheerful view, who when to her they came, themselves to ground with gracious humbles bent, and her aided by honourable name, lifting to heaven her everlasting fame. Then on her head they set a girland green, and crowned her twixt earnest and twixt game, who in her self-resemblance well beseen, did see me such, as she was, a goodly maiden queen. And after, all the rascal many ran, heaped together in rude rabblement, to see the face of that victorious man, whom all admired, as from heaven sent, and gazed upon with gaping wonderment. But when they came where that dead dragon lay, stretched on the ground in monstrous large extent, the sight with idle fear did them dismay. Any durst approach him nigh, to touch, or once assay. Some feared, and fled, some feared and well it feigned. One that would wiser see me than all the rest, warned him not touch, for yet perhaps remained some lingering life within his hollow breast, or in his womb might lurk some hidden nest of many dragonets, his fruitful seed. Another said, that in his eyes did rest yet sparkling fire, and bade thereof take heed. Another said, he saw him move his eyes indeed. One mother, when as her full hardy child did come too near, and with his talents play, half dead through fear, her little babe revealed, and to her gossip scan in counsel say, how can I tell, but that his talents may yet scratch my son, or rend his tender hand? So diversly themselves in vain they fray, while some more bold, to measure him nigh stand, to prove how many acres he did spread of land. Thus flocked all the folky him round about, the whiles that hoary king, with all his train, being arrived where that champion stout, after his foes' defeasance did remain, him goodly greets, and fair does entertain, with princely gifts of ivory and gold, and thousand thanks him yields for all his pain. Then when his daughter dear he does behold, her dearly doth embrace, and kisseth manifold, and after to his palace he them brings, with shomes and trumpets and with clarions sweet, and all the way the joyous people sings, and with their garments strows the paved street, whence mounting up, they find purveyance meet, of all that royal prince's court became, and all the floor was underneath their feet, bespread with costly scarlet of great name, on which they lowly sit, and fitting purpose frame. What needs me tell their feast and goodly guise, in which was nothing riotous nor vain? What needs of dainty dishes to devise, of comely services, or courtly train? My narrow leaves cannot in them contain the large discourse of royal prince's state. Yet was their manner then but bare and plain, for th antique world excess and pride did hate. Such proud luxurious pompa is swollen up but late. Then when with meats and drinks of every kind, their fervent appetites they quenched had, that ancient lord gan fit occasion finda, of strange adventures, and of perils sad, which in his travel him befallen had, for to demand of his renowned guest, who then without rounds grave, and countenance sad, from point to point, as is before expressed, discoursed his voyage long, according his request. Great pleasures mixed with pitiful regard, that godly king and queen did passionate, whiles they his pitiful adventures heard, that oft they did lament his luckless state, and often blame the too importune fate, that heaped on him so many wrathful wreaks. For never gentle knight, as he of late, so tossed was in fortune's cruel freaks, and all the while salt tears bedawed the hearer's cheeks. Then said the royal pair in sober wise, dear son, great been the evils which ye bore, from first to last in your late enterprise, that I note whether praise, or pity more. For never living man, I ween, so sore, in sea of deadly dangers was dist rest. But since now safe ye ceased have the shore, and well arrived are, high God be blessed. Let us devise of ease and everlasting rest. Ah, dearest lord, said then that doughty knight, of ease or rest I may not yet devise. For by the faith, which I to Armes have plight, I bounden am straight after this emprise, as that your daughter can ye well advise, back to return to that great Faerie Queen, and her to serve 6 years in warlike wise, gainst that proud Paynim king that works her teen. Therefore I ought crave pardon, till I there have been unhappy phallus that hard necessity, quoth he, the troubler of my happy peace, and vowed foe of my felicity. Any I against the same can justly prease, but since that band ye cannot now release, nor don't undo, for vows may not be vain. Soon as the term of those 6 years shall cease, ye then shall hither back return again, the marriage to accomplish vowed betwixt you twain, which for my part I covet to perform, in sort as through the world I did proc lame, that whoso killed that monster most deform, and him in hardy battle overcame, should have mine only daughter to his dame, and of my kingdom heir apparent be. Therefore since now to thee purtines the same, by due desert of noble chivalry, both daughter and kingdom, lo, I yield to thee. Then forth he called that his daughter fair, the fairest on his only daughter dear, his only daughter, and his only heir, who forth proceeding with sad sober cheer, as bright as doth the morning star appear, out of the east, with flaming locks bedight, to tell that dawning day is drawing near, and to the world does bring long-wished light. So fair and fresh that lady should herself in sight, so fair and fresh, as freshest flower in May, for she had laid her mournful stole aside, and widow-like sad wimple thrown away, where with her heavenly beauty she did hide, Whiles on her weary journey she did ride. And on her now a garment she did wear. All lily white, withouten spot, or pride. That seemed like silka and silver woven near. But neither silken nor silver therein did appear. The blazing brightness of her beauty's beam, and glorious light of her son's hiney face. To tell, were as to strive against the stream. My ragged rhymes are all too rude and base. Her heavenly lineaments for to enchase. Any wonder, for her own dear loved knight. All were she daily with himselfy in place. Did wonder much at her celestial sight. Oft had he seen her fair, but never so fair dight. So fairly dight, when she in presence came. She to her sire made humble reverence. And bowed low, that her right well became. And added grace unto her excellence. Who with great wisdom and grave eloquence, thus gan to say. But ere he thus had said, with flying speed, and seeming great pretence, came running in, much like a man dismayed, a messenger with letters, which his message said. All in the open hall amazed stood, at suddenness of that unwary sight, and wondered at his breathless hasty mood. But he for naught would stay his passage right, till fast before the king he did alight, where falling flat, great humbles he did make, and kissed the ground, whereon his foot was pegged. Then to his hands that writ he did betake, which he disclosing, read thus, as the paper spake. To thee, most mighty King of Eden fair. Her greeting sends in these sad lines addressed. The woeful daughter, and forsaken heir, of that great emperor of all the West. And bids thee be advised for the best, ere thou thy daughter link in holy band, of wedlock to that new unco and guest. For he already plighted his right hand, unto another love, and to another land. To me sad maid, or rather widow sad, he was affianced long time before. And sacred pledges he both gave, and had. False errant knight, infamous, and forswore. Witness the burning altars, which he swore. And guilty heavens of his bold perjury, which though he hath polluted oft of yore, yet I to them for judgment just do fly, and them conjure to avenge this shameful injury. Therefore since mine he is, or free or bond, or false or true, or living or else dead, withhold, O sovereign prince, your hasty hand, from knitting league with him, I you ered. Any ween my right with strength adown to tread, through weakness of my widowhood, or woe. For truth is strong her rightful cause to plead, and shall find friends, if need requireth so. So bids thee well to fare, thy neither friend, nor foe, Fidesa. When he these bitter biting words had read, the tidings strange did him abashed make, that still he sate long time astonished, as in great muse, any word to creature spake. At last his solemn silence thus he brake, with doubtful eyes fast fixed on his guest. Redoubt knight, that for mine only sake, thy life and honour late adventurest, let not be hid from me, that ought to be expressed. What mean these bloody vows, and idle threats, thrown out from womanish impatient mind? What heavens! What altars! What enraged heats! Here heaped up with terms of love unkind, my conscience clear with guilty bands would bind? High God be witness, that I guiltils aim. But if yourself, Sir Knight, ye faulty find, or wrapped be in loves of former dame, with crime do not it cover, but disclose the same. To whom the Red Cross Knight this answer sent: My lord, my king, be not hereat dismayed, till well ye wot by grave indement, what woman, and where fear doth me upbraid, with breach of love, and loyalty betrayed. It was in my mishaps, as hitherward I lately travelled, that unwares I strayed out of my way, through perils strange and hard. That day should fail me, ere I had them all declared. There did I find, or rather I was found, of this false woman, that Fidesa hight. Fidesa hight the falsest dame on ground. Most false Duisa, royal richly dight. That easy was to inveigle weaker sight, who by her wicked arts, and wily skill, too false and strong for earthly skill or might, unwares me wrought unto her wicked will, and to my foe betrayed, when least I feared ill. Then stepped forth the goodly royal maid, and on the ground herself prostrating low, with sober countenance thus to him said: O pardon me, my sovereign lord, to show the secret treasons, which of late I know, to have been roped by that false sorceress. She only she it is, that erst did throw this gentle knight into so great distress, that death him did await in daily wretchedness. And now it seems, that she suborned hath this crafty messenger with letters vain, to work a new woe and unprovided scathe, by breaking of the band betwixt us twain, wherein she used hath the practic pain of this false footman, clokt with simpleness, whom if ye please for to discover plain, ye shall him archimago find, I guess. The falsest man alive, who tries shall find no less. The king was greatly moved at her speech. And, all with sudden indignation freight, bade on that messenger rude hands to reach. Eftsoons the guard, which on his state did wait, attached that fate her false, and bound him straight. Who seeming sorely chafed at his band, as chained bear, whom cruel dogs do bait, with idle force did feign them to withstand, and often semblance made to scape out of their hand. But they him laid full low in dungeon deep, and bound him hand and foot with iron chains, and with continual watch did warily keep. Who then would think he, that by his subtle trains, he could escape foul death or deadly pains? Thus when that prince's wrath was pacified, he gan renew the late forbidden banes, and to the knight his daughter dear he tied, with sacred rites and vows for ever to abide. His own two hands the holy knots did knit, that none but death for ever can divide. His own two hands, for such a turn most fit, the houseling fire did kindle and provide, and holy water thereon sprinkled wide, at which the bushy ted a groom did light, and sacred lamp in secret chamber hide, where it should not be quenched day nor night, for fear of evil fates, but burnen ever bright. Then gan they sprinkle all the posts with wine, and made great feast to solemnize that day. They all perfumed with frankincense divine, and precious odors fetched from far away, that all the house did sweat with great airy, and all the while sweet music did apply her curious skill, the warbling notes to play, to drive away the dull melancholy. The whiles one sung a song of love and jollity, during the which there was an heavenly noise, heard sound through all the palace pleasantly, like as it had been many an angel's voice, singing before eternal majesty, in their trinal triplicities on high. Yet wist no creature whence that heavenly sweet proceeded, yet each own felt secretly himself thereby reft of his senses meet, and ravished with rare impression in his sprite. Great joy was made that day of young and old, and solemn feast proclaimed throughout the land, that their exceeding mirth may not be told. Suffice it here by signs to understand the usual joys at knitting of love's band. Thrice happy man the knight himself he did hold, possessed of his lady's heart and hand, and ever, when his eye did her behold, his heart did seem to melt in pleasures manifold, her joyous presence, and sweet company, in full content he there did long enjoy. Any wicked envy, any vile jealousy, his dear delights were able to annoy. Yet swimming in that sea of blissful joy, he not forgot how he whilome had sworn, in case he could that monstrous beast destroy, unto his Faerie Queen back to return, the which he shortly did, and Una left to mourn. Now strike your sails ye jolly mariners, for we be come unto a quiet road, where we must land some of our passengers, and light this weary vessel of her load. Here she a while may make her safe abode, till she repaired have her tackles spent, and wants supplied, and then again abroad, on the long voyage whereto she is bent. Well may she speed and fairly finish her intent.